Alright, welcome everyone tuning into the stream. We've just got our first lift here.
An easy opener for Amy.
Looks very good.
And the refs agree that's 3 white lights.
Perfect.
Good lift. Next up we have Georgia opening on 60 kilos here.
Alright.
Another really easy opener there.
Very simple so far. Good stuff.
Yeah, refs agree with you.
Alright. I think it's time to say hello, welcome to everyone that's decided to join us, tuning in into our broadcast today. Joining us for Rising Heat competition right here in Cardiff. I'm joined by my co-host Josh. How are we doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm great. Looking forward to seeing some good lifting.
Oh, same. It's been too long since a good comp.
Yeah.
Now we have Bethany up now, opening with 85 kilos.
I believe it is Bethany's first comp, so it'll be interesting to see her and what she gets up to.
And it's an easy opener. Couldn't tell it's the first one.
No.
It's a solid opening attempt.
All right.
Next up we have Kaylee with a 95 kilo opener. Looking to build on a strong performance from last time where she competed in the Cardiff versus Swansea varsity.
It'll be very important to see how that weight moves for her. As far as I'm aware, 100's been quite a big barrier for her squat before. So this could be a good indicator of what's to come. And that looks very comfortable.
Couldn't tell 100's been a barrier because that moved very easily. Unfortunately, just get 2 to 1 there.
Ooh.
That's a depth call from the centre ref.
I see, okay. Well, that should be an easy enough tweak. Hopefully it doesn't get to her head too much. Just have to adjust it.
When it moves as well as that, it's just a case of just going out there, making it undeniable.
Yeah.
And then jump on the second.
Obviously the biggest barrier for squat and depth is the mental image, because obviously you can't see yourself, so you have to trust that you know your boundaries and where depth is for you. But sometimes it leads to people overshooting it and going way too deep and making their lifts harder, so there is quite a bit of skill there.
Oh, absolutely. But I'm sure she'll push past that. Now it's Kirsty now with 97.5 kilos.
Now Kirsty's an interesting case for us today because she is coming back from a lower body injury and has not been able to squat and or deadlift quite some time. She's a very strong bencher, so we'll be looking forward to seeing what she does there.
It moved well.
That looks very nice.
And 3 white lights from her as well.
Very good.
So hoping for a strong comeback for her today.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, that's already a PB for her.
Oh, wow.
So coming back very strong.
Now we have Laura up now, also taking 97.5.
That should also be a PB for her as well, so quite a lot of progress between her last comp and now. Which is always good to see, a lot of confidence, no doubt. Very nice, confident, very stable squat.
There's 3 white lights as well.
Very good.
We're certainly seeing some very strong openers here. Now we're breaking that 100 mark already.
All very good.
The 100 kilo opener.
Now again, this will be interesting to see how this goes for Tahira today. 115 has been a big barrier for her in the past, so we'll see how this sets her up for future.
Depending on how this moves, that could certainly be pushing past that being the plan today.
Very deep squat and very confident,
well.
very strong out of the hole there.
There's 3 white lights. Good lift.
Very nice.
Strong start. Maybe that 115 is on the cards today.
Maybe it is, and hopefully we will see that later on. Now, Alex King today, I believe, is also joining us for her first comp. We've got quite a lot of new beginnings today, which is quite exciting.
It's always good to see.
Opening on 105. Lots of support in the crowd, always good to see. Very, very strong. Now the depth might be a bit short. There it is.
Yeah, and it is, unfortunately. It's a 2-to-1 no lift.
I believe, yeah, that'll be a depth call.
Yeah, I was worried about that, but it is people's first comp, so I'm sure she can take that as a learning curve. Just sink it a little more in a second.
Having a chat with her handler right now, seeing how they can plan for their future attempts. Hopefully not too much of a knock on her confidence. We've got Sophie loading in right now.
107.5 kilo opener.
Which would match her current squat best in competition. So that would be, again, a very strong start. Okay.
That's a solid attempt.
Solid attempt, maybe a bit stickier than she would have liked. But she looks relatively happy with it.
3 white lights, and if it's a match PR on the opener, I guess you can't have 2 complaints.
That's all you need, isn't it? I mean, all these lifters are going to be looking to do with these first attempts is build their momentum, build their confidence. Very, very important on squat, I find.
Oh yeah, certainly. Just get the first squat. First squat, very important lift, just to kind of set the day out, build some confidence.
Absolutely.
Now we have Kaylee with a 110 kilo opener.
Ooh, almost a paused squat here. Very impressive. That's 3 white lights. Very good. I must say that is a very impressive way to go about it.
Yeah, I do agree.
And again, she might be on the way for a PB today, as her best squatting competition that I know of is 120 kilos. And I believe that was 110 just now.
And now 112.5 kilos for Chung.
Good. So this also beats her best squat in competition so far, which would have been 107 kilos.
A very nice way to start the day.
Very nice, slow, controlled descent. There might be a problem with depth, but hopefully that's 3 white lights. Yes, it is.
3 white lights.
Very good.
That's a good lift. Quite well tempoed.
Yeah, it's very controlled descent. I mean, obviously that will ensure that once you get to the bottom, you're exactly where you need to be, but obviously the slower you go down, the more energy you use up.
I find the slower you go, the less of the stretch reflex you kind of
That's
get
also
out of
true.
the hole.
It's a lot harder to bounce
Yeah, which
once you've reached the bottom.
But some lifters like more control, so
That's true.
everyone has a different kind of technique.
The squat is always fascinating, I find, because it just changes so much based on how you're built.
Absolutely, it's such a technical lift as well, which some people kind of underestimate.
Yeah.
You have Kelly with 120 kilos.
Very strong opener. Nice, very good walkout so far. Very good.
Very nice. Very nice
Very,
opener.
very comfortable in the depth too.
Yeah, it's strong. And 3 white lights, good lift.
Very, very good. Oh, she's being caught in the crossfire of the camera just there. Just discussing with her handler today what to do next. How do we capitalize on good momentum?
Discussing with the handler Dalton. You may have heard his voice from the Loaded Plates podcast.
Of course.
Now we have the last opener of this flight with Aisling, 120 kilos as well. Looking to end the flight strongly.
Now, if I'm correct, and she gets this, this would smash her previous PB of 107 kilos. Very strong, but there may be a problem on depth. Let's see what the refs have to say about it.
Borderline, and yeah, there's one
From the left ref,
there's one red from the left ref, but 2-1, good lift.
2-1.
No jury here today.
No, so for those listening who may not be aware, some usually national and above competitions will have a jury panel which can review lifts and overturn one way or the other. So if you have one red light, then it may be overturned to a no lift. However, if you have 3 white lights, the jury is out. However, they will not be present today. So what the refs say is final.
Now Amy jumping 2.5 kilos to 62.5 for a second. Quite conservative jump.
That's
if I say
true.
so myself. Like the opener moved quite well.
I think it's always hard to judge with some people.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Very deep, very good.
Still moving well.
I think she could have done a bit more than 2.5 there. Very good. Some people reach their limit very quickly. I call it hitting the wall, where, you know, a certain weight looks fairly easy, fairly comfortable, and then you go up 5 kilos and it's all of a sudden not doable anymore.
Yeah, that is very true. Certain people, when they lift, they move the weights quickly and then suddenly it just stops.
Yeah, but it certainly does not seem to be the case for Amy today.
No. Now 5 kilo jump for Georgia, jump to 65 kilos.
Georgia, who's also joining us on her first comp today. Nice.
It's a solid
Strong effort.
Bit more work than her first, but that's to be expected with the second attempt.
I think that's moving just about how you'd expect a second opener. Yeah, I think a bit more work, but definitely plenty in the tank left.
Oh yeah, you can still take maybe another 5 for the third, and then a solid squat there.
And let's see how much they go up by. Right, Bethany up next.
Another 5 kilo jump to a second with 90 kilos. No, yeah, 90 kilos now.
Nice and strong.
A solid second attempt.
3 white lights. Not an issue. It's not an issue for Bethany, this attempt.
No, not at all. Solid work. Okay, retaking her opener of 95, which she missed on depth, unfortunately.
Yes, so let's see how this goes. Some audio problems coming on today. Well, hopefully this won't deter Kaylee. Apologies to the viewers if the feedback is coming across on the mic. We're looking to sort that as soon as possible. Much better on the depth.
That looks a lot deeper.
Very good.
And yep,
Three white lights.
3 white lights.
It looks like she's managed to adapt very, very well. Not everyone can do that very well.
No, it's very impressive to take that call on your opener and then just put it out of your mind. Go a bit deeper on the second.
A lot of people struggle with changing their technique and the way they approach their squat on the day. So very good and very well deserved 95 kilos, which will be a squat PB for her.
We have 105 kilos now for Kirsty.
Continuing her comeback tour to squat and deadlift.
Taking a 7.5 kilo jump from our opener.
To be fair, from the way it moved, I think that's
certainly reasonable.
Yeah. Oh, very good.
It's a very strong second attempt.
Be interesting to see where she goes from there, but that is certainly good ground covered.
Very nice. And we have the exact same now for Laura, also taking 105. Often as the weight gets higher, you'll see people take bigger jumps as the percentage jump increases a lot smaller, so you can justify it a bit more than you can at more lower weights.
It also depends on one's personal strategy as well. It's a very strong second attempt, not a problem whatsoever.
Certainly the 7.5 is the right call.
You do see different people taking different strategies. Do you take larger jumps and gamble on a bigger total, but risk
losing more kilos?
Risk running into a problem, or take smaller, more conservative attempts. Oh, just there.
Now Alex missed her opener of 105, but it's gone up 7.5 anyway.
Now that is a move I can respect.
Yeah, it's a bold move, and it's certainly an exciting move.
That looks a bit better on depth, however, I'm not sure.
It moved very well. And
that's
three
white lights. Incredible.
The gamble's paid off well.
See her jumping for joy there.
I'm sure part of it is joy and part of it's relief. There's always a risk going up after you've missed your opener, because then if you do then miss that second, it puts you in a bit of a precarious situation.
Of course, as the viewers may or may not know, you cannot go down in attempts. You can only match or increase. So you may find yourself in a bit of a tight spot, but the gamble has paid off.
And also, if you do end up missing all 3 lifts on squat, you cannot then register a total.
Of course, that is what we call in the business bombing out.
That is correct.
Which we do not want for anyone here today.
Now we have Sophie with 115 kilos for her second attempt. Sophie with a strong bench on her as well.
Quite a lot of bench specialists joining us today, which will make our second session very exciting.
And it's a strong second attempt as well.
However, will the depth be there? Yes, it is.
3 white lights, good lift.
Very, very good.
I believe Sophie is will be going to bench Euros in the end of September in Malta.
Yes, very exciting move for her.
Very impressive.
She is one of the several bench specialists joining us today. She's competed at Brits bench only competitions before and placed a bronze medal, which is very strong.
Very impressive.
Haley coming back to the platform.
7.5 jump with 117.5. Certainly a popular jump in this fly.
Very controlled once again. Very good.
You can see why it's a popular jump when it moves like that.
I think she's started working, it's going very well.
Yeah, sometimes you just find that technique that works for you, and then you can build on that.
Very, very strong second attempt. All right, now Tahira going for her big PB. Will she manage to break that barrier that's held her back for quite a long time now?
A big jump as well, taking 17.5 kilos from her opener to her
Her
second.
100 did look very confident, but I will agree that is a large jump. Let's see how it goes. Very nice, controlled descent, very good.
It's very strong.
Not a problem.
He gets 2-1, gets a red from the centre ref. That is still a good lift.
We're not sure what they've given, however, very, very good work. Now, for context, Tahira struggled with 115 before on several comps in a row, and it's caused her to bomb out. So seeing her break this on her second attempt is very, very good news for her.
Very good work.
And we're excited to see where she takes it next.
Yeah, maybe we can see another big jump at the 17.5.
7.5, I think, on this one.
Ah, yeah, 17.5. Should now taken 120.
Slow control descent, very good.
And another clean second attempt, 3 white lights, good lift.
Clean sheet so far for Chun.
Clean second attempts all round up until now as well.
That's true. We'll touch wood and say that no one's failed their second so far.
It's always nice to see. Here now Kelly jumping to 127.5 kilos. The penultimate second attempt of this round of squats. As we get an extra red plate on the bar.
All right.
Opting to wear her belt backwards, which is a technique that some people adopt. Just the buckle, I believe they find just gets in the way a bit.
Yes, there's several of our lifters present today that I've seen that. I was talking to Kirsty earlier about this, and a lot of them find the edge of the belt where the buckle goes to be quite uncomfortable, which, to be fair, I agree with.
Yeah, I do.
And I may try this myself in future. Now that is very good.
Clean second attempt as well.
Very strong right at the top. Final second attempt for this flight with 130 kilos with Ashlyn. Now Ashlyn comes back to us from quite a long hiatus. If her profile is to be believed, she's not competed for quite some years now.
Oh, wow.
So far, this is showing to be a strong comeback for her.
And everyone loves a comeback.
Very nice, confident descent, very strong.
Very strong. And a bit of a sticking point out the hole. Once you're past that, it flew.
You really do have to just keep believing and keep pushing.
Oh, yeah.
So that is very strong, very good to see. We are now moving on to final attempts for squat for our first flight here today.
This is where it gets exciting.
Of course. Now, last attempt will be where people see just what they can get for their time.
And 67.5 now for Amy's third attempt. A 5 kilo jump after taking a 2.5 on her second.
All right, very good support in the room today as well. Now, I believe this would be a squat PB for her today. Very fast descent, very good.
That's a very strong third attempt. And 3 white lights, and there she goes. She's got that PB.
And that is a 5 kilo PB on her squat.
She is pleased with
Celebrating with her handler right now, as is well deserved.
that. What a way to start the day for her.
There we go. And now she can rest and start thinking about her bench.
Now Georgia with 70 kilos for her third attempt.
Very
Another
strong.
strong attempt. No
Not a problem whatsoever.
Hasn't slowed down all squats set. All squats.
That is a clean sheet for Georgia so far.
Perfect 3 for 3.
Strong first com.
There is not a better way to start a day or start a competition life.
Now, it is worth mentioning on squats that a new rule has been implemented in the IPF guidelines, which is to say that you cannot exit the squat through the front of the rack. Now, personally, I always thought that was already a rule, but apparently it was not. Just frowned upon, but any lifter will be given a no lift if they do this.
Bethany up now, 95 kilos. Another 5 kilo jump for her third attempt.
Very deep, very strong, very good.
A very good third attempt.
Now you can tell she really had to work for that.
Unfortunately, it is 2 to 1. Get a yellow card from the side ref.
I believe that may have been depth.
That's unfortunate. It did worry me a little, but
Regardless of that, it was a very strong effort, very good work.
you can take it away as she can take away a bit of confidence from that, even though it was a no lift.
That's
Still
true.
end on 90 kilos. Not lost too much to the total. Now is Kaylee taking 100 kilos for her third attempt.
All right, can we break into the 3 digits? Very strong.
Very easy.
Let's see what the refs have to say about depth. And
Now
that
it's
is
2 to 1. Gets a red card from the side, from the near side referee here. But still 2 to 1. Good lift.
very good so
And a
far.
strong 100 kilo third attempt for her.
All right, and one of our first comeback artists of the day, Kirsty, for a final attempt, 107.5.
Taking a conservative 2.5 from her first.
Staring down the bar, getting every ounce of courage and strength she can muster to get a very strong finish to her squats today.
Trying to be as focused as she can be on that.
Very good. That's a strong grind.
Hey, it's a good work to get that lift. And
That
3
is
white
clean.
lights. Very
3
good.
white lights.
I always like to see a lifter who doesn't leave any kilos on the platform.
That's true. A lot of people prefer to be quite conservative, but you can tell she is not here to leave kilos on the table. That is a 15 kilo squat PB for her.
Squeezing every last kilo out of that.
And especially if you think of that as a percentage as a PB, that is a very strong finish for her today
Very
so far.
big. Very big. Now Laura with 110 kilos for her third attempt now. To end a strong start to the day.
Very good. We'll see what the refs have to say about depth on that one.
Solid work. 3 white
No
lights.
problems to be found here.
Sophie taking a 2.5 kilo jump for her third to 117.5.
Which would be a 10 kilo PB for her.
Very nice. Conservative jump, maybe saving some strength for bench, which is something I can always respect,
Of course.
as bench is certainly the better of the 3.
slow walkout for Sophie. Very good work.
Very strong third attempt.
That is someone who does not give up. Well done, Sophie. Well done on quite a sizable squat PB.
Oh, perfect. Good 3 white lights, 3 for 3 on squats. Very strong. Now Alex taking a 7.5 up to 120 kilos. Getting some last minute instructions from a handler.
Very strong.
Very clean third attempt. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
I mean, she just stands up with that. That was very good work.
And she is pleased with that.
Very good. Well-deserved celebration.
Oh, yes.
I mean, that's what you want to see here today. A lot of people have been working very hard, working in, day out to improve themselves and get stronger. And they've now come to the proving grounds to see if their efforts have been worth it.
Oh, yes.
Now, Tahira, who I mentioned, has already broken past her long-time barrier of 115. Let's see just how far she can take it. Very good.
She can add another 2.5 on that, because as she gets the 120, 2 to 1. Gets a red from
She
the left
must be
side
very happy with that. You know what, that was a very interesting squat technique. It was very consistent speed all the way in the concentric part of the movement, which is quite rare. You don't see that very often.
She also taken some rare jumps as well for her. She's taken 100 to 117.5, and then a 2.5 on top of that, 120.
That's true.
But it's worked well for her.
It's worked very well. Clean sheet so far.
Yeah.
And smashed a previous PB.
We have 122.5 kilos now, Kaylee.
Haley, who is one of the international lifters joining us today. He seems to have been doing all right.
Very good.
Very good.
That's 3 white lights.
And
Good
that
lift.
is 2.5 kilos on her best squat.
Very nice. Next up is Chun with 125 kilos now. Opting to get the racks moved inwards, which is what some people choose to do for various reasons. Some people hit the racks on the way in. Some is just personal preference.
Chun is working her belt before getting onto the platform. Very strong vocal support from handlers or friends, or maybe just the audience in general. That is a good squat, however, I think she might struggle on depth.
It does worry me a little, and yeah, unfortunately it is 2 to 1. Red from the side and centre ref there.
Very good effort, however, just cut a little bit short.
It's still a strong start to the day, ending on 120 kilos.
Now, however, I believe that's still a PB, so she shouldn't be too unhappy about that last attempt.
Yeah, she's come off the platform smiling, so it's good to see she's not too disheartened.
That's always good to see.
Now Kelly with 132.5 kilos for her third.
Very good atmosphere in the room today, cheering Kelly on for a very strong squat.
I think that most of that is Dalton.
That is very highly possible. Strong, confident walkout. Little minute adjustments to her foot placement to make sure everything goes just right.
Wants to make sure everything's right. And for good reason. Very strong
nice.
third attempt from Kelly there.
Drawing very vocal support from the crowd, and deservedly so, as she gets 132 kilos with 3 white lights.
And a very good third attempt. A very strong start today for Kelly.
And now, for our final squat for Flight A, we've got Aisling with 135 kilos. Opting to work the bar very low down on her shoulders, which some people prefer, as it lets you control the weight down easier.
Lower the
But
bar.
not for everyone.
Oh, and a very clean third attempt.
Looks quite strong.
No signs of slowing down.
And
The
refs agree.
And she's happy with that. And so is her handler, my glorious, handsome King Will. And now we move straight on to the second flight. Flight B with a quick change on the spotting crew.
Now, Flight B will be composed, there will be 2 female lifters, and then the rest will be half of the men for the competition.
To kick us off in Flight B, we have Michelle with 75 kilos on the bar. Opting for a no belt, no wrist straps, and no knee sleeves. Taking raw powerlifting
to a new level.
Yeah. To a completely raw powerlifting. And that doesn't seem to have affected her. It's a very strong opening attempt.
At all, yeah. So you'll notice that she takes quite a much wider stance to her squats than the other lifters. Just one of the many different things that can go into someone's squat technique.
Yeah, people change their technique. Everyone's got different limb lengths, different mechanics to them. So some people choose for a narrower, wider. Completely depends on the person.
And you will not believe the amount, but that changes about your squat. Every little minute thing. And we've got Shannon with 80 kilos. Very strong squat, very deep as well. So she will not be getting any red lights from depth on that.
And the refs agree with you. 3 white lights.
Now, I believe that is her absolutely sailing past her previous PB of 60 kilos on squats. So that's a 20 kilo PB already from lift 1. So she is looking on the up today.
Big start.
All right, we're moving on to some of the men on Flight B with Blevin.
125 kilo opener.
That's very
strong.
impressive squat form. Now you'll notice it looks like Blevin has been blessed with some very short femurs, so his proportions are very well suited to squat. You might have noticed that his torso stays very, very upright the entire time, which is perfect for squat, really.
It's very impressive.
So we will see how that works for him. All right, next lifter on the platform with 150 kilos. There might be an attendance problem as everyone is looking around the room, searching for our lifter. However, it looks like he has shown up.
We have found him.
We have found him in a wonderful matching SBD kit, which of course, as everyone knows, adds at least 5 kilos onto your lift.
And it certainly helped him there. It's a
There we
very
go.
clean opener.
That was a very fast 150, very deep.
And 3 white lights. The rushing around didn't seem to affect him much, which was nice.
Maybe the pressure is just what he needed.
As for those who weren't aware, every lifter gets 1 minute from when the bar is loaded to complete their lift. And if they do not complete the lift within that 1 minute time frame, it is deemed a no lift. And they will not get the start command after that.
All right, we've got Adam Collins getting ready to step onto the platform.
For his 155 kilo opener.
Very easy, very springy
Very
first
clean.
attempt.
A very strong start to the day for Adam.
Now we might have, I might be mistaken here, but we might have two lifters are related. We've got two similar last names. So maybe brothers, maybe strangers, who knows?
Could be just a coincidence.
Could be.
But
Is there a resemblance there? What do we think? I'm not sure I would say so.
Not sure, but I guess you never know.
All right, Finn stepping up for 160. Very good.
A bit of a sticking point out of the hole, but he powered through it and gets 3 white lights and a good lift.
Powered through it with ease.
Oh yeah.
Now Finn, I think, is also joining us for his first comp, as are 3 other lifters in our flight. It'll be interesting to see what they get up to. Cavendish stepping up to the bar.
Opening on 162.5 kilos.
Very nice and strong. I believe depth is there, but we'll see what the refs think. Yes, that's a 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
It can be a struggle for taller and longer limbed lifters to get down low enough sometimes, but he has managed that with no problems.
Yeah, the longer the limbs, the more the bar has to travel.
That's true, and the longer I was talking about, I believe it was Blevins, very short femurs, so now this is the opposite of very long femurs, meaning you have to bend over quite a lot more to get to the required depth, which requires a very strong lower back.
Oh yes.
All right.
Kaelin up now with 165 kilos.
Nice brace before he goes down.
A bit of work.
Definitely strenuous for a first lift. However, let's see how it works for him.
It's 3 white. Like we mentioned earlier, some people they lift quick until they don't. But
That's
then
true.
Some other people just lift slowly. They just can grind out no matter what.
That's true. I fall into that latter category.
So do I, unfortunately.
It's very difficult to get people to judge how hard your lifts are, because you'll be thinking it's a 7 out of 10, and people will say, you had no more in there.
And then you just get 3 more.
There you go.
We have Sean up now, the 175 kilo opener.
Now that would be, I believe, a PB for him, straight out of the gates. So joining us for his second comp.
Handled by the big Tomos himself.
Oh, very strong.
A very strong opener.
Simply does not find it a challenge.
As we wait for the lights. And it is 2-1.
One red light from the right side referee. Not sure what about.
Still a good lift. That
Very
Pepe's
good.
I ate with him last night must have done him wonders there.
We do hope so. All right.
Now James with 175 kilos. Another
James,
one opting for the no knee sleeves approach to squats.
Maybe he is just that confident, and with a split, kind of a split leg unrack, which is quite uncommon. Incredibly
Very
deep
deep.
squat there. I think he's just showing off.
And very impressive. He gets a yellow from the side ref.
I am really unsure as to what for.
I was worried. I thought
Certainly not depth.
yes. I'd be a bit worried if that was for depth. But I believe he might have just walked a bit too early forward. Maybe he's jumping the rack command. That's the only thing I thought it was.
But let's see if he continues to show off his mobility in his next lifts. Tom Fox.
Now we have Tom up next with 205 kilos.
Again, opening quite close to his personal best, which would be 210.
Almost as impressive as the mustache.
Very strong mustache on display here today, that's true.
Arguably up there for mustache of the day.
Unfortunately, we don't give awards for those, but we should.
Should do.
Maybe we should.
And it's a strong opening attempt and 3 white lights.
I mean, that is how you want an opener to move, isn't it?
Oh, very much so. And now we have the the last lift of the opening rounds of squats with Corey, opening on 225 kilos.
Corey, who will be in contention for one of the strongest lifters present today.
He will certainly be up there.
And opening on a PB, as his best squat so far is 220.
Wearing the Welsh national comp tee under the singlet that
You have to see it.
that he gained while competing in the Commonwealth Championships last year in South Africa.
Very, very fast descent.
And he's laughing about it.
Oh, little struggle on the
2-1.
rear rack, but not an issue. Now we are unsure what the red light is about. However, he has come off the platform.
He's happy with it.
All smiles, so we're certain that he's happy with that.
Even though Meatball tried to kill him on the re-rack, he comes along unscathed.
He has survived the rear rack, and he will survive to squat another day.
Yeah.
To squat and to break PBs another day. And by another day, I mean in 5 minutes.
I'm sure Meatball will get away with it though, because of his ravishing good looks.
We need to set up a prize for best looking lifters.
Yeah, exactly.
Best mustache, best mullet, maybe, as that seems to be the fashion for quite a lot of our male competitors today.
I do like it, I'd say so. I'm definitely not biased. And a strong second attempt from Shannon.
You know what? It's just not an issue for her, is it?
Oh, it took 5 kilo jump from her opener, and there's certainly another 5 in that, if not more. And now we have Michelle up next, 85 kilos, which is actually a junior squat record in Wales, which is very impressive. Actually broke it on an opener, and now is extending it on her second. But because we're at a regional, she cannot chip the record, she must break it outright, which makes that much more impressive. Very controlled descent trick into the hole, and a very fast out of it. And 2-1 good lift, and that is another record for her for her squat. Does get a red from the near side referee though. That's still 2-1, good lift. Up next is Bledin, taking 132.5 kilos for his second attempt now. And a very strong second attempt for him there. Keeping that impressive technique from his opener. And he's doesn't show any signs of slowing down so far.
Very, very happy with his last lift.
Oh yeah, well deserved. Now we have Piotr with 185 kilos. A confident walk onto the platform. Walks on with intent.
He is here to stand that bar up, and he means it.
Ooh, and it just oversunk it a bit too much there.
That is our first squat fail for Flight B. It seems like he was a bit too overconfident with his depth. Very impressive, but I think it knocked him off the groove a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately he just dive bombed it a bit too much into the hole, and that cost him a bit of control, which is always the risk without dive bombing.
Exactly what we were talking about earlier. Slow and controlled means you're exactly where you need to be. However, it does take up more energy that you will need to stand that way up.
Just finding the right balance between the two, I reckon.
Definitely a part of the art, I would say, that is squatting.
But the more you squat, the closer you'll find that balance.
Adam with a very good example of a nice controlled descent. Again, struggling with the re-rack a little bit, but no murders yet.
That's always nice to see.
Next is Finn attempting 170 kilos.
And good second attempt for him. As Finn looks to follow in his footsteps and take 170 though, and also take a good second attempt.
Finn looking to set out his first comp here in style.
Looking to maybe unlock a third red on his third attempt.
That's true. Everyone knows the more red plates, the better of a person you are.
Of course.
Very strong depth. Will he stand it up? Very good.
Almost paused it in the hole as well there.
That's true. Show of force.
Was that a mistake, or is he just trying to show off?
We'll give him benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. But doesn't matter. Still moved well. Got the lift. 3 white lights. You can't complain too much.
You need. All right. Callan stepping up to the platform.
Another 170 kilo second attempt here.
Now, Callan, according to my sources, is a sub-junior lifter, which would make this a very impressive squat for one of the younger lifters present today. Ooh.
Unfortunately, just seemed a bit too heavy for him there.
Very impressive on depth, but it seemed like...
Yeah, it's another one of those. It could just be a technical fault. He's in the same flight as Piotr, and they look like they're handling each other here.
That's true. There's a very strong spirit of camaraderie present in most comps, but definitely on show here today, which is a part of what makes this sport so good.
Yeah, there's always a nice sense of community around here.
And we will be looking out for Callan to see how he rallies his spirits for his third attempt.
Sometimes it's a case of you don't treat your second attempt with the same intent as you would a third.
That's true.
And then that mindset of being like, oh, it's just a second attempt, I'll have this easily, can then...
Gets you caught out.
Yeah. So I'm sure it just goes in with more intent, little tweak, easy to have that.
Third attempt is where everything comes loose.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Pavandeep going up for 175.
Pushing into that 3 red range now.
Very good.
And it's not
Nice
slowing
and smooth.
down.
Impressive squat for one of our more long-limbed individuals.
Unfortunately, he gets 2 to 1.
Now, I believe he has gotten a blue technical fault, which would be up and down motion on squat.
That would make sense. That's true. And he gets us just a red from the centre rep as well.
We're trying to see what he's talking to the center ref about, but it's quite hard to pick up from here. Gesturing to his knees, maybe his feet.
Yeah.
Alright, and let's see what he decides for his third attempt.
Now it's James coming up with 185 kilos for his second attempt.
We will see if he decides to show off his hamstrings to calves approach to squatting. Very nice, controlled descent,
Wow.
impressive depth. I think he's just here to show off, to be fair.
That is impressive squat mobility.
I would say contender for mustache of the day. So would you agree?
Ooh, he's definitely up there.
Definitely one of the contenders.
There is a rivalry going on for that. Anyway, Sean taking 5 kilo jump of 180 kilos now.
Your bar is loaded.
Alright, let's see if he can make light work of this. Wedging himself as tightly as possible underneath the bar to create as stable of a platform to lift that weight up on.
A bit of work, but he gets it.
You have to see someone putting in the work.
Unfortunately, it's 2-1. Gets a red light and a blue light from each side referee.
So what do we think that means
So
today?
the red
then?
will be for depth, and the blue light will be
It might be for
locked. It might be for just soft
knees.
knees.
I believe that might have been the problem with Pavandeep, as the central ref was gesturing to his knees. So it might have been what you call soft knees. So for the athlete to get their start command and their rack command, signifying obviously the start and the end of their movement, their knees must be fully locked out, which I'm sure Tom here will demonstrate perfectly.
In his trying to get a 220 squat and win the rivalry for the best mustache of the day.
Two very important prizes on the line today.
Big milestone, 220 squat as well. And
that was
makes
very
light work
strong.
of it.
Very, very strong. Barely a speed bump,
Nearly
if at all.
moved that quickly, it nearly bounced off his back at the lockout. It's very impressive.
All right, now we are getting up there in weight now.
235 kilos for Corey's second attempt, the final second attempt.
That would be
In this
quite a
flight.
strong PB for him. That'd be a 15 kilo PB if he gets this.
Certainly got the crowd behind him here. And he's taking his time, trying to get as focused as he can. And a very quick second attempt from
I
Corey.
think there may be a depth problem. No, all good. Very, very good
That's
news for
3 white
Corey.
lights.
There's a strong PB for him. Now, Corey typically competes at a 105 kilo body weight, but always with a little bit of room in that weight class, and he has decided to action that and take part as a 93 kilo lifter today, which makes his achievement even more impressive, as I believe that is the highest squat so far today.
So far, which is the exciting part.
We will see if the any of the other lifters may be beat that claim to strongest squat today.
Now we have Michelle up next, looking to break her third sub-junior Welsh squat record with this attempt, with 90 kilos.
Very strong, that, isn't it?
Be a very impressive start today, going 3 for 3 on squats and 3 for 3 on records.
That's a record you don't see every comp, is it?
Oh yeah, very impressive stuff.
Very good work there.
And a very strong third attempt.
And that is 3 for 3.
And for the third time today, you have a new Welsh sub-junior squat record.
Very good. Now, it's worth knowing Michelle's been competing for quite a long time, despite being a sub-junior. She's got, I think, a lot more training age than quite a few of the other lifters here today, and it seems that's paying off.
Often you do hear people say, like, training age is a lot more important than actual age in this sport, which is, I would certainly agree with.
Ooh.
And very impressive.
Very strong there. Managed to keep it clean despite the weight definitely not working with her.
No, it just fell forward a bit. She lost a bit of balance at the bottom, but managed to push through that despite that and end with a solid 92.5 kilo third attempt.
I mean, that is nearly a 40 kilo PB.
Wow.
On her squat, which is
can't have too many complaints.
No. We're now seeing as well our Flight C competitors warming up, seeing what they can bring to the platform.
Now we have Bledin up now, 137.5 kilos for his third attempt.
Very confident, easy unrack there. I mean, just would you look at that? His torso does not move whatsoever.
That's a very clean third attempt.
Very.
He has not slowed down so far.
Not at all.
And hopefully that continues for bench as well. It's a very strong start to the day. Now we have Piotr up now with retaking his second of 165 kilos.
No.
He just oversank it a bit on his second.
No, this will be interesting because we get to see how he rallies around this.
He just needs to maybe cut a bit of depth, and he should be able to get this.
There we go. Strong motivation from his friends here in the lineup. Let's see what he has to show.
And just unfortunately too heavy for him.
More controlled on the depth, but still no 165 for Piotr today.
Unfortunately, it looked like he shifted back a bit too much there, from what I could see.
Regardless, a very strong effort.
Yeah, he didn't lose too many kilos in the end, though. He still ended on a 165 squat, which is still very impressive.
And again, it's worth reminding to everyone watching that this is still a sub-junior lifter, which means under 18. So he's got plenty of time to fine-tune that squat form, which is, I must say, already quite impressive for a very long-limbed lifter.
A very exciting career ahead of him, for sure. Anyway, now we have Callan up now, taking 170 kilos, and unfortunately, again, it's just too heavy for him there.
Struggling out of the hole there.
But he's another one who still ends on 165 kilos as well. And once again, he is another sub-junior lifter, so he's got plenty of time to improve upon that.
Absolutely.
And still build a very exciting career for himself.
We'll be looking forward to seeing more of him in Welsh powerlifting events.
Now Adam is taking 175 kilos for his third attempt,
which would match his best squat on record so far.
Well, that would be nice to see from him.
Very nice.
And he grinds it up. And 3 white lights to go with that. Very
strong
good.
effort, but still controlled. Good, confident squat. All right, we now have Finn. We're trying to edge out our Adam just before with 2.5 kilos more at 177.5. Let's see.
Trying to take the lead in the Battle of the Collins.
That's true. Who will be the lead Collins so far? We've got Battle of the Collins, Battle of the Gibbs as well.
Oh, yeah.
Blevin and Callan. And of course, the most important prize of the day, Battle of the Mustache. Now Finn opts for a very low on the shoulder squat.
And he gets up and
ooh, now this is an interesting one because it seems like the spotter touched the weight before he was fully...
The spotter might have taken it a little bit too early. It'd be interesting if his handler goes and asks for a 4th attempt, which he could be entitled to do.
Yes.
I don't think they will be going for that.
No, so to any people watching that may be curious, any mistakes committed by the platform crew or by the refs. Well, by the refs is a bit more touchy, but any mistake committed by the platform crew can entitle you to a 4th attempt, should you request it.
And obviously some lifters opt to just leave it at that because sometimes they are just still a bit too burnt out from the 3 attempts they've
Of course,
already
yeah.
done.
I mean, it's not as easy as just doing it again. This takes so
Yeah.
much effort to perform maximally that sometimes it works, but I believe it's rare.
Yeah, if you've competed before, you know the feeling of waking up the day after a competition.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Pavandeep going for his 3rd attempt. Let's see if he can overcome those technical challenges he had before.
He went up anyway, and he has gotten it up as well. It
Now
looks
his
like-
knees locked, which is what he struggled with before.
and he gets a depth call from
There we
the
go.
centre ref. Obviously,
But-
pulling depth from the centre itself
It's always difficult.
It's a bit more difficult than doing it from the side, because the side you'll have the best view of whether it's depth or not.
That's true.
But his gamble of going up despite getting the red lights
That's
has seemed to
true.
have paid off.
He did go up 7.5 kilos from his missed 2nd attempt and still got it. And
Now-
that is a respectable move.
Now Sean going retaking his 2nd of 190 kilos here. He missed his 2nd attempt on a mixture of things. I believe it was knees and depth.
Yes, he got a blue and a red light.
Yes. So 2 faults, and he wasn't too far away from depth, so it's 2 faults that can be quite fairly easily fixed.
I mean,
But-
these are things that can make or break a lifter of whether you can
And that's
adjust in
certainly
real
deeper,
time.
and he grinds it up well.
Very impressive.
It looked better. It did look better, and he does get a 2-to-1.
He does get it.
He still gets a depth call from the right side ref here, but 2-to-1. It's still a good lift.
And that is a strong PB. That is a 17 kilo PB on his best
Wow.
squat, which is just great work so far. All right, we're breaking into 200s now for our final attempt on squat for Flight B with James Chubb on 200 kilos.
Taking the 15-kilo jump from his 185 kilo 2nd attempt, and he might end up touching the floor with this on depth. You never know.
That's true. James ready to answer the question of can he go any lower? We'll see that just now.
And
he
wow.
just cannot
He is
do
just
much
showing
better
off.
than that.
And 3 white lights. He's certainly not getting a depth call
That's
from any of the
true.
refs here.
I think that would be grounds for a should have gone to Specsavers ad if he did.
Oh yes. And he ends with a solid 200-kilo squat.
Very strong. I'm still convinced he has come here not to break PBs, but simply to show off his depth.
He might have done.
I mean, I don't think my squats go that deep in training, so
I think my joints would break if I did that.
maybe run into some hip problems.
Yeah. Anyway, we have Tom now taking a 230-kilo 3rd attempt.
Now all his squats have been very strong so far. Let's see what he can do on his 3rd attempt.
He looks like a very explosive squatter so far. So I'll be excited to see how this moves.
Very fast. Now Tom seems to be
Very
someone who opts for the fast and explosive method where you go down as fast as possible and use that bounce to carry up your momentum, which is a very risky strategy because if you're slightly out of line,
Yeah.
you're going to end up
It's easier to lose control, but
careening
it
somewhere
worked
off.
for him. He got 2-to-1. He got a yellow from the left-sided referee, which is, I believe, it was because he just used the rack command slightly. Just went
Okay.
slightly too early into the rack, but obviously with people competing here, it's the commands are something people don't usually expect, especially if they're an early comp, and
That's
even
true, catches
it's-
people out.
still can catch out more experienced lifters as well, because
That's true.
sometimes you can just get caught up in the more adrenaline of the moment as well.
Which is why it's very important to practice your commands when you train. Now we've got Corey getting near as makes no difference to a 1/4 ton squat.
245 kilos on the bar for Corey now, and both his attempts so far looked incredibly fast.
Let's see if this actually challenges him a little bit. Now the racks we use for competition here are very good and very versatile. However, you may be seeing that they are not the most supportive. So we've got spotters to hold the rack as he wedges himself against the bar.
Certainly gets more important the heavier you go.
Yes.
Especially in Corey's case. And unfortunately just too heavy for him.
Just a little bit too much. Maybe a 240 squat would have been a slightly wiser move.
I guess we've just seen a prime example of squatting quickly and then until you don't.
There you go. That's what we were just talking about.
But he can still on a very healthy 235 squat. And
I believe we have just heard a call for a record attempt.
Yes, so we'll be moving it straight into Flight C now. And Gary will be kicking us off with a 125 kilo opening attempt, which will be a Masters 3 record. Yes, this will be a Masters 3 record on an opener, which is incredibly impressive. High bar as well, making this record attempt even more impressive. Very slowed control into the hole, has not affected the speed out of the hole in the slightest, as he gets it up with absolute ease, and that's 3 white lights. That is a new M3 record for Gary. Up next now we have Rudy with us, with a 125 kilo opener as well. Another lifter opting for the rack to be tilted in for them.
Very good depth there.
And a controlled squat, and he gets up with good ease.
Not a challenge for him at all.
And 3 white lights. He was saying to me beforehand that his prep didn't go amazing, but you certainly couldn't tell with the moving that way.
And can we take the time to mention Rudolf Leatherman is a very strong name, so hopefully a strong performance.
Up next now we have Riley with a 150 kilo opener. A very big opener, especially for a sub-junior 66.
Of course. Now,
he's looking confident as well.
Riley, another one of our national level athletes who has competed in Junior Brits Championship. Let's see what he's got to show for himself. Very fast squat, very controlled, very good all the way through.
And a very solid opening attempt.
Very solid.
White lights.
Never mind. Okay, Sheen Evans, our third 66 lifter, also a junior and also his first comp.
160 kilo opener.
I mean, can I mention that is a strong squat to begin with for a 66 kilo lifter.
Especially for your first comp as well.
And I am not saying that because it is very close to my squat best. Very good, very strong. Not an issue for him at all.
And he gets 2 to 1. He gets a yellow and a red from the far side referee.
Strong start. 2 to 1. Strong start from one of our lighter weight lifters here today. All right, we've got another very strong name present today with Nexus stepping up on the platform for a 170 opener. And again, we're talking about a sub-junior 74 kilo lifter, which is still on the lighter weight of things.
very bright future ahead of a lot of the lifters in this flight.
So if he gets this, and I mean, this looks to be his first comp, so we'll see what he's got to offer. We will be
I
watching.
believe
Great
he
interest.
does have a big deadlift on him as well.
Oh, that would be very exciting to see.
So we'll be waiting to see that.
So anyone watching, hang around because you want to see this guy deadlift. Allegedly.
And a clean opening attempt as well, 170.
Very strong. No problems there.
White lights.
No problems there.
Now we have Evan going for 180 kilos.
So we've got a slew of junior and sub-junior lifters making their debut with us today, which is very exciting. One of which is Evan Richards, competing at, I believe, 93 kilos. That's the one.
Yeah, and an 180 kilo open to go with it. Very strong.
Again, that is a very strong squat, starting with 3 reds on the bar.
180 is often a big milestone for everyone.
That's true.
So obviously growing up, you go through the gym just in general, and that is 4 gym plates.
That's true. I mean, you would, in many commercial gyms, you would struggle to find someone who squats 180 quite this easily.
Especially like that, but unfortunately he does just get 3 reds and he gets 3 yellows. That is, I believe that is just a miscommand, which obviously being a sub-junior lifter, less experience, it is completely understandable for that to happen. But it's also the benefit of missing on a command is just a very easy fix of just
true. Just go up.
Yeah,
Doesn't
try and
matter.
listen a bit more.
I mean, for those that may be watching us and not familiar with the command, especially on squat, so the lifter will unrack the weight, stand still with their knees locked. They will then receive start command, where they can go down and then back up. And then once they have stood back up with their knees locked, they will get a rack command, upon which they can rack the weight. Now, if you start moving down before the start command, or you start racking before your rack command, that will count as a missed lift, which I think is what happened to Evan just before.
And next up we have Drew with 185 kilos for his opening attempt. Has a lot of support from the crowd, lovely to see.
Maybe a crowd favourite today.
Ooh. Very interesting setup there.
That's true. He's got a very low down the bar, but quite a wide grip.
Huh. Often could be described as the French technique.
That's true. So the French powerlifting team opt for a very low on the back bar and a very close foot position to the point where your knees are almost touching.
And that's worked well for him as he gets 3 white lights and a good
That's
lift.
true.
Obviously the bar being lower down on your back means the bar has less distance to travel.
And it's easier to control.
And yes, exactly, makes the weight feel easy.
However,
Move
it
easier.
proves a big challenge for your shoulder mobility.
Oh yeah.
Definitely not for everyone.
Yeah, a bit hard to control. And obviously it makes you lean more forward and less upright, which could end up being a struggle to get the start
That's
command,
true.
which we have seen before. But
Now,
obviously no issues for him there.
Luke Stone again joining us for his debut, junior lifter.
187.5 kilo opener, a strong opener for a 74 kilo lifter.
Impressive
especially
opener,
in the
yes.
junior class.
Very easy. I mean, that's a textbook squat right there.
A very strong opener. Held it a lot at the start.
Hold on. Maybe I jinxed it.
Yeah. And he gets
I think
3
that's a
red
missed
lights.
command. I see. Where we are in the, I'll call this the commentary booth, struggle to hear the command. So I believe his yellow fault would have been for a missed lift. However, his squat technique itself was, I think,
Was textbook, yeah, like
exactly.
you said. But
So let's see if he can replicate that, but just,
once again, very easy fix of just
of course.
wait a bit longer at the start and the end. Almost up now, 192.5 kilos for his first attempt.
Thomas is joining us for his second comp.
Wow.
I mean, again, that's a very strong squat,
Very
good
clean.
technique, especially from, again, a very long-limbed individual, it seems.
And it's 3 white lights, a good lift.
Very good. I didn't jinx it this time.
Now we have Jeremy up now with 195 kilos in the bar. looking to, this is his third comp after doing Welsh Uni Champs back in December, and then Cardiff versus Swansea Varsity in April. Training going fairly well for him in this prep, I do believe.
And would you happen to know which side he is in the Swansea?
He is. He's a Swansea Uni lifter.
Oh, so he is in enemy territory today,
He is.
risking it all to get some weight on that bar
With me
and some
being-
numbers on the record.
With me being Cardiff Uni, he's an enemy of myself as well.
There we go. Well, we'll try to control your violence. And can I mention just now, 195 kilo opener for a 73 kilo junior lifter? That's very impressive.
Very strong lifter. Swansea Uni Gym's finest.
I mean, nearly a paused squat there. I think he is just showing off, maybe showing the opposition what he's capable of.
And a good lift, 3 white lights. Very strong opening attempt. And now we just had a Swansea Uni lifter, and now he's followed by James Marshall, ex-Cardiff Uni Barbell Club president.
Oh wow, we're in the presence of royalty here.
So he must take a lot of pride in taking 2.5 more than a Swansea Uni lifter right there.
It's true.
Another one who competed in the Swansea versus Cardiff Varsity back in April.
We're seeing some rivalries.
So he had a big break between his comp before that, so now he's back with 2 comps in fairly quick succession with 197 kilo opener now. A very clean opener of that. But unfortunately gets a 2-to-1. He gets 2 reds from the side reps, which will be on depth. But with moving back quickly, I'm sure he will find no issues. But he does give him the option of, does he go up and gamble despite him moving that quickly, or does he just retake it, get a squat on the board, don't risk it. Now we have Connor up next with a 200 kilo opener.
All right, triple digits.
Very impressive opener from another sub-junior lifter. A strong opening attempt from Connor there.
Taking a decent jump up to 220 is Jack Meredith. Now, talking about Swansea versus Cardiff rivalry, I believe Jack was an ex-Swansea Uni employee.
He was indeed. He took a bit of a break for competing for a while, as he impressively lost a fair amount of weight in that time.
He's also changed his training, choosing to opt the services of double world champion Kate Sweatman, who is present in the building with us here today. Now, if we're talking about especially equipped powerlifting royalty, there is not much better than that.
Hopefully that coaching can pay off for Jack today.
Of course, very slow, very controlled, very impressive. He seemed to almost do a little pause before the hole there, which is something that I know Kate likes to train with her athletes. So it looks like it's paying off. That is a very easy first squat.
A very good opening attempt from him. Okay, now that was the final opening attempt of the flight, as we now move on to second attempt squats, with Rudy now taking a 5 kilo jump to 130 kilos on squat. He was also telling me beforehand how his main aim today is just to push bench, really, and that's something I can incredibly get behind.
I mean, we can respect that, can't we? I mean, he will have a run for his money because there's a lot of bench specialists present today. And to be fair, again, he's got a strong bench for a light lifter. His best on record that I know of is 100 kilos.
That is correct. He said he was looking to push to the 110 mark today, which would certainly build on that.
There he goes, showing the bar who's boss before unracking it. It's a technique a lot of people go for. And very controlled. Nice.
A very solid
Good work.
second attempt from Rudy. And the refs agree, as that is 3 white lights. and a good strong start to the day.
Gary is now going for another record, 135 kilos.
Anyway, now we're moving on to Gary with 135 kilos, and which would give him another Masters 3 120 kilo squat record.
Bar is loaded.
Hoping to push that 2 for 2 for records, extending his own record that he claimed on his opening attempt further.
All right, now Gary, I believe, just set a record of his first attempt, as he is a Masters 3 lifter.
Yeah, looking to extend it now on his second.
I mean, that is a strong performance to set a record and then immediately break it no less than 5 minutes afterwards.
Even with the high bar stance as well.
That's impressive as well, yeah.
And he gets a 2 to 1, so a good lift.
And that is 2 records for him.
He gets a yellow from the centre ref. Like, my guess would be command.
That's possible.
Just a quick 2, or just too quickly on the rack, on the re-rack.
It's possible. Now,
that would be my guess.
it is worth mentioning that you do not have to rack the weight all by yourself. As long as you make an attempt to rack it, your spotters can help you with that, seeing as that's not part of the movement, so that's fine.
And you can get a yellow for the rack command, even if you just take a slight step forward.
That's true. Any attempt, or anything that can be interpreted as an attempt to rack the weight will set off the judges, no doubt, with their fingers on the trigger.
Now we have Riley, who's taking a 157.5 kilo second attempt.
Now again, lightweight lifter, very impressive weight. I mean, very strong squat.
Strong squat, gets a little stuck in the midsection.
An interesting sticking point. It seems quite high compared to where most people would have a sticking point just after coming up from the hole, but he seems to have a sticking point a bit higher.
Especially in the stiffer sleeves such as Inza's, which gives you more of a bounce out of the hole as well. That's
now, there
when
was
you get stuck, but
a lot of controversy earlier about the legality of some of the knee sleeves, where the IPF, which is the ruling federation oversees what we do, opted to ban quite a few sets of sleeves, despite them having been certified until, I believe, the end of this year.
End of 2026, I believe, is their contract.
Yes.
They originally had.
Which was afterwards walked back after a lot of public backlash, seeing as, for those who don't know, those sleeves are quite expensive, and having bought them knowing they were IPF certified would certainly feel like a kick in the stomach, knowing they were then banned.
Anyway,
O'Shearn with a strong second attempt.
Using top the SBD knee sleeves anyway.
Yes,
so,
there is a hierarchy of sleeve stiffness here present today. We've got basically everything available.
He does get a depth call from the far side referee, but still 2 to 1, a good lift. I believe the sleeve ban was actually supposed to come into place very soon after this competition.
I believe it was end of this month that they were originally planned. Now, it's important to mention to the watchers today that stiffness does not always mean better. Some people really struggle with tighter knee sleeves. You also have to be able to get them on by yourself with no external aid, and the technical controllers and the refs can ask you to take them off and put them back on if they suspect you've been using outside help. And with how stiff some of these knee sleeves are, well, sometimes you need a second pair of hands. Oh, yeah. I've seen several people have to cut them off after they were done with them.
Anyway, next is up now, 177.5 kilos second attempt.
Very strong.
Bit more work, but still very strong second attempt.
A good battle with the bar there, which he definitely came out on top of.
We have Evan now, who's going to attempt 180 kilos.
Now Evan missed his opener.
Yes, that's true.
I believe
it was a miscommand, I believe.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. So, obviously, sub-junior lifter, it's common.
Now,
so
let's see.
Opting to retake. Play it safe, retake, just get a squat on the board.
Let's see if it's time for him to lock in.
Acknowledges the start command, gets it up nicely.
Now that looked a lot better. Let's see what the ref thinks.
And the referees agree. 3
Very
white
good.
lights. Very easy. Now he can take a good jump and end on a decent third attempt.
Now again, there is always a bit of a gamble because he's now been delayed because his second attempt would have no doubt been higher. So do you take the same jump and play your second attempt as your third and miss out on some kilos, or do you do a bigger jump but then maybe compromise that? That's all part of the
It's always
strategy.
the question. Anyway, we have got someone who has gambled and missed his opening attempt to 187.5, has gone up 7.5 to 195 kilos.
Again, that is a move we can respect here.
It's always entertaining, not playing it boring.
I mean, this is very common in equipped powerlifting where the technique and the edge you walk is a nice edge, but less common in raw powerlifting, which is what we're watching today.
And it's strong from him now. Holds it, makes sure to hold it at the top as well.
Very strong, yeah.
And he does get 3 white lights. The
There
gamble
we go.
has
That's a
paid off.
gamble. I have seen very rare occasions where someone misses their first, goes up, misses their second, goes up, and then gets their third, which
Wow.
is
That's bold.
definitely something to brag about afterwards.
That takes some nerve.
That takes a lot of confidence, which is a good thing.
Yeah. And then confidence is always an important factor in any sport, especially in powerlifting. Anyway, drew up now, the 197.5 kilos.
Anyone watching who has had quite a lot of weight on their back will know that it takes a lot of mental strength to be crushed by all that weight and stand it back up, which is hopefully what Drew will do right now.
An underlooked skill in the sport, some might say.
Very good.
Very nice second attempt. As we wait for the lights now.
The referee's thinking about this. There may be some contention.
And we've been told there's a slight delay there. But
Good
the
lift,
rest have
right,
said
I
that
see.
is a good lift.
That's what we like to see.
So that will be a relief. That will be a relief for Drew, coming off that and seeing no lights. But
It's true, always a nerve-wracking moment waiting for your lights to show. There we go, they've just come up now.
here we go. Yes.
We're taking a quick pause, very quick pause, just for some technical difficulties.
I'm sure Thomas, who is up next, won't complain as he gets a bit longer to rest as well in between his attempts.
That's true, and it's worth bringing up the fact that everyone here today is a volunteer. So everyone helping load the weights, ref, is here out of their own free will, giving up their free time, which is always very respectable.
Yeah, it's always important to acknowledge them because the comps could not run without all these volunteers.
All right, very narrow grip on Thomas, just there with his hands nearly touching his shoulders.
Anyway, he
Very
muscles up
good
his
form.
200 second attempt very easily.
I mean,
3 white lights, no delay this time. Perfect. We're back up to running order.
it really does seem like he's got quite a lot left in the tank here today, and let's hope we get to see it.
Obviously, it's an important strategy game playing is not to burn out too quickly because obviously it's a 3-lift competition. But you want to squeeze every kilo out of every lift you can possible.
Absolutely.
Build the biggest total you can. Anyway, Jeremy up now, taking a 10 kilo jump up to 205 kilos for his second attempt.
I think we might be looking at one of the contenders for best lifter here today. Now, I am not sure whether Welsh powerlifting uses GL points or total to determine best lifter in a divisional competition.
In the divisional, it's usually top 3 ranked male and female on GL points.
Okay, so for anyone not familiar, GL points, which stands for good lift points, is an algorithm.
Ooh, it's just a bit too heavy for. He just looked like he just lost a bit of balance there, unfortunately.
We lost a bit of tension right at the bottom.
Yeah.
Very good work by the spotters to avoid that bar.
That was a very good catch from them.
So anyone unfamiliar with good lift, is an algorithm to take your body weight and your sex into account to kind of come up with a score that equates most people. Now, strong lightweight lifters usually do quite well, and let's hoping that works for him on his third.
Next up we have James, who has taken a 12.5 kilo jump, missed his opener on depth. So he's taken that gamble.
That's a brave strategy, we like to see it. And again, another small difference. You can see that James is someone who opts to have his belt quite high on his stomach, nearly nearly on his torso.
And it looks better, and he gets
Very
it up
good.
well.
Now I don't see any reason to give any
Good
technical
three white
errors.
lights.
Very good.
A lot more impressive considering he is an absolute giant. And the weight has to go a bit longer. So,
which is a sub-junior record.
All right, a record attempt for Connor just now.
loading 215 kilos, a sub-junior 120 kilo squat record.
Very impressive there. I mean,
Wales.
if I am to be believed, which is dubious, that is his first comp here.
Oh wow.
So that would be very impressive, claiming a record. I mean, you can see the way he walks out that bar. That's very confident, very controlled. Opting to break at the hips before the squat. Very good.
It's a strong second set. Slowed down a bit, but it is a record after all.
Yeah,
and
that's
3
it.
white lights, and you have a new sub-junior under 120 kilo Welsh record.
Very, very strong there.
And very impressive. Certainly a promising career ahead for him.
All right, another 20 kilo jump for Jack Meredith.
Taking 240 kilos for his third attempt.
Now, it's worth bringing up that his main goal today is to qualify for a Welsh Championships next year. Now, I'm not familiar exactly with the total he'd need, but I believe he is on good course to do that for now.
That'll give him a lot of time to train and get
That's
ready for
true,
that competition. Considering it would be almost 9 or so months away now, as we just had it back in May.
Welsh Championships, which I was privileged enough to be able to take part in, and which I must say was a very good competition.
Yeah,
Again, very slow, very controlled on the way down.
and it seems to have worked for him, because he get a solid second attempt for Jack.
Now, a good amount of work on the way up, but not a drastic amount of speed reduction, so maybe that's just what his technique looks like, and actually it was not as hard as it looked.
Anyway, walks away with a big squat.
Big squat and a big smile.
Oh yes, it's always nice. Anyway, now we move on to third attempt squats now, where things start to get really interesting. And to kick us off with third attempts, it is Rudy with 135 kilos for his third attempt. Slow and controlled, and just a bit too heavy for him at the end there.
Good try from Rudy's there as well.
But he still ends with a healthy 130 kilo squat. Moving on to bench. And next up we have Gary looking to extend his squat record that he is set on his second attempt as well, which was an extension of the record he set on his opening attempt. Another one going 3 for 3 on records, hopefully. Very impressive feat. Got the crowd behind them as well.
I mean, again, this goes back to our conversation about training age earlier, but powerlifting is a sport where people can still make progress and still be strong quite a lot later than other sports. And I think Gary is quite a good example of that today. Very nice and controlled. Paused squat here today. I mean,
quick as well.
that is almost offensive how easy that was.
He's just trying to show off.
Very strong there.
And yeah, it's a very good attempt.
Gary gets a round of applause, and I think deservedly so, seeing as he has broken a record 3 times in 3 attempts so far.
And there you go. Your new M3 120 kilo squat record is 142.5 kilos now. Anyway, now moving on, we have Riley Making 162.5 for his third attempt. The strong under 66 sub-junior lifter now.
Message from his handler, just keep pushing, do not give up no matter how hard it gets. Let's see if he heeds that message.
Can't get better advice than that.
That's it.
And unfortunately,
A
just
little
bit
bit too much for him.
Obviously, we saw that sticking point in his second attempt, and unfortunately, he did just get stuck there again on his third attempt and couldn't push through it this time. But still, only took a still, he just lost 5 kilos there, which can always be recovered on the other two lifts.
Of course, yeah, that's not a great loss to be too worried about, and again, very strong performance so far.
That's the joys of squat. You lose a few kilos on squat, you've got 2 lifts to make it back on. And now we have Option up next with 175 kilos for his third attempt. Just had to run and grab his belt, so.
Yes.
But it's on now. There we go.
And take his headphones off, of course. Hyping himself up to get a very strong squat again. 66 kilo lifter, which is the second lowest weight class for adult men. Very impressive stuff here.
And a very strong third attempt there.
I'm a bit worried about depth, but I'm hoping he gets it.
Yeah, he does unfortunately get 2 depth calls from the side ref, and he gets a yellow from the centre ref as well.
Very, very good work nonetheless, and you know what, still very impressive.
Still a solid day for him.
We heard him exclaiming to himself just there as he walked past the commentary booth, I think that he forgot the rack command. Nevertheless, there was also a depth issue, but
a range of issues, but
simple mistakes here.
It's always a learning curve from everything.
I mean, this is what makes a lot of the challenge of a powerlifting competition and any sports competition like this. You know, training might go a certain way, but can you do it on the day?
That's all that matters. You put whatever you want in training. It's on the platform that counts. Anyway,
exactly.
Nexus looking to hit his 182.5 kilo third. Unfortunately, just got stuck out of the hole there and too heavy for him eventually in the end there.
If you want to amend attempts, it's over there.
Now moving on, we've got Evan taking a 10 kilo jump up to 190 kilos for his third attempt.
Let's see if he remembers the lesson from his first attempt.
That's a good lift. 3 white lights for Evan. Now moving on to 202.5 for Luke. Breaking past that 200 mark from a 74 kilo lifter. Very impressive stuff.
Very, very good stuff. Let's see if he's up to the challenge. Okay, nice controlled unrack.
Look of intent on his face as well.
Very determined to get this done, and he does.
It's a very good lift, and the crowd are very happy to see it.
Very, very cool.
And so is he. 3 white lights,
Very good.
202.5 kilo squat is what he will end on, and a solid squat session.
I
And
must say,
even impressive from him, pushing past that mishap on his opener.
of course, yeah.
To keep going and still get his third attempt like that.
Managing to clear that hurdle with ease. And I must say, Welsh powerlifting is a wonderful federation for atmosphere. People are very, very supportive, and the crowd is always very happy to be there.
It's always what we like to say. It always helps having that support when you're in another bar.
Of course, I mean I like to refer to it as the comp day buff, where the atmosphere from the crowd and the adrenaline usually personally gives me a little bit of a boost.
Oh yes.
So non-negligible.
Anyway, now we have Jeremy, who's failed his second attempt of 205 and has opted to not come out and take his third attempt, just to maybe conserve energy a bit for bench. And so we will let the time run out here to give all the lifters an extra minute rest as well.
Which I'm sure none of them are complaining about.
No, he's probably done them a favour. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear.
No round of applause for that maybe, but maybe there should be one.
Yeah. So anyway, obviously it was a bit too heavy for him, unfortunately, there. But
which then would lead us on to Drew, who's loading 207.5. And he's already hit a PB today on his squat of 2.5 kilos, regardless of whether he gets this attempt. So let's just see what he can get.
Can he extend it here?
That's true. I mean, it's already a victory. Now it's time to have fun with it and just see just what his training has led him to get.
The only thing better than a PR is a bigger PR.
Exactly.
So hopefully he's looking to do that, and now 10 kilos on top of it. We're getting onto the third. You can tell we're getting onto the third attempts now, as the crowd are really getting up for this.
Yes, the level of encouragement has drastically improved.
Possibly squat setup of the day, if I do say
I believe so. That is definitely unorthodox, I would say. But it certainly seems to not be hindering him so far. Very strong.
And
Very
strong
nice.
for
Very
third
nice.
attempt. And 3 white lights. And there we go. He has it.
That is an example of just keep pushing, which seems redundant.
Yeah, don't let that sticking point stop you.
Exactly. It's a sticking point, not a stopping point. And not many people today have proved that better so far.
Moving on to Thomas now. We've also taken 207.5 kilos for his third attempt. Looking confident, opting for a high bar technique, which is certainly a rarity in the sport today. And it's
very good.
In the slightest.
Very high sticking point, I've noticed on Thomas, but you know what?
It's 3 white lights.
It's 3 white lights, and it's 207.5. So that is a 15 kilo PB for him today.
Anyway, now moving on to James Marshall with 217.5. You can tell it's James because the spotter's rocking to put the rack height up that high.
Yeah.
The bar's probably come back down with snow on it.
I mean, the rack height is so high that the bar is basically out of frame, soon to be taken into orbit.
We need a bigger camera just for James.
Well, yeah, we need a wider zoom lens.
Seb nearly killing him with the back slaps on the way out, so
yes.
hopefully that helps with him.
Very strong motivation. Nice big breath in before the squat, before the plunge. Very strong.
And very nice.
Let's see if the depth makes it.
I'm not sure if he shakes his head because, well, he must.
That's 3 white lights, regardless.
He shook his head.
Maybe wasn't confident on the depth.
Maybe thought it wasn't it, but or maybe he just thought it was too easy and the wrong call.
That's true. Maybe 220, maybe 225 even.
Exactly.
And
but either way, a good PR for him. He seemed happy once he came up for it. So
that is a PB for him.
Anyway, moving on to Connor now, who's looking to extend his his
Own
record, that
record.
he set on his second attempt by
We will
5
see.
kilos.
Because his 215 I thought was a very strong challenge, but let's see what he can do with 220.
5 kilos should not bother him too much.
Decided to break at the hips before going down,
And,
and that is a grind. Very,
very
good.
good lift.
Very impressive. Never happier to stand corrected.
And a very good lift. 3 white lights.
And that is a record extension for Connor. The record now standing at 220 of your finest kilos.
In the 120 kilo sub-junior Welsh class. Anyway, now we have the final squat of the day with Jack Meredith of 250 kilos.
And with, by a decent margin, the highest squat, of the day.
Yeah, it will be the highest squat of the day, just edging out Corey.
Let's see if his slow and steady does win the race. That's it, you can hear his coach telling him to take his time, make sure that he's stable before going down. Big breath in, and slow down.
Very controlled.
Oh, that is a very strong grind, very good.
Very good. Not leaving any kilos in the tag.
That's
3
true.
white lights.
That is a strong achievement for Jack, who is well on his way to qualifying for the ever prestigious Welsh Championships for next year.
Road to Port Talbot starts now.
Road to Port Talbot does start right now.
Anyway, we will be moving on to bench press shortly, but first we will have a 10-minute break to get the bench set up and to give all our fine spotters and loaders and all volunteers
Well-deserved break.
Yes, a well-deserved break. It can get grueling and tough out there.
Of course.
We'll be back in 10 minutes for bench press.
Anyone watching, take your time to grab some tea, maybe grab some monsters
Oh yeah.
to be ready
Good
for
idea.
the following rounds.
Don't go anywhere. And we are back for bench.
Welcome back, everyone. Everyone that's decided to stick through the break, thank you all.
Welcome back. We have got some people's least favourite, some people's favourite event now.
I mean, I would say this is probably the most favoritist event for a lot of people. Bench is always fun.
Oh yeah. Bench certainly my favourite, but I'm slightly biased because it's probably my best.
Aha. Now this will stand to be quite interesting because there are quite a few here today who are what you'd call a bench specialist.
Respectable.
Where some of them have competed in bench-only competitions nationally, internationally as well.
All ladies at 80, let's go.
And to kick us off, we have Amy with 27.5 kilos on the bar. The bench press event is comprised of 3 commands: start, press and rack.
That's right.
Amy listening to them all very well as she gets 3 white lights and a clean opening attempt for her.
Of course, so bench is technical in the sense that there are more ways to mess it up.
Yes.
As opposed to squat, you have to pause the bar on your chest and wait for a press command. Whereas squat, you go down, you go up, and then you get your command to come back.
The bar must be motionless on your chest to
That's the one.
receive the press command, and obviously your elbows must be locked, heels
On the floor.
bum, head and upper back on the pad to
Yes.
receive the start command, and then elbows relocked to receive the rack command.
Which Georgia demonstrates perfectly.
Again with a solid 30 kilo opener and 3 white lights.
Now, the elbow depth rule is a quite recent addition, as a lot of people were using incredibly impressive arches, but moving the bar very little. So the IPF have decided to implement an elbow depth rule. Now, what that means is at the lowest point of your lift, I believe your elbows must be roughly in line with your shoulder joint, which is hard to judge, but it gives a rough idea of where your bar should be.
Alex demonstrating what is good elbow depth there with 3 white lights from a 32.5 kilo opening attempt.
Ample elbow depth, yep.
Elbow depth is certainly a controversial rule.
That's
you
true.
Could say. Obviously, recently at the World Games earlier this week
Yes.
was controversial with, I believe it was Chiara Bernardi bombing out on elbow depth. But
That's correct, yes.
it was obviously, people have their opinions on it.
Elbow depth, which suffers, unfortunately, from some inconsistent judging, person to person, which makes it hard for some people who are trying to toe the edge. It's kind of hard for them, but
Obviously,
I suppose changing rule sets as part of the sport.
It's quite well down to the centre ref as well. Obviously, the side refs don't have the
course.
greatest view of the elbow depth,
Not exactly.
so that is also another controversial issue, but it's the rules.
Yes, indeed.
Anyway, we have Kaylee with 42.5 kilos for her opener now. And a very strong opener indeed.
A very standard, normal bench. I mean, you.
Obviously, quite a fairly decently large ROM for
Yes.
range of motion for Kaylee.
Of course, so how far the bar has to travel down to the chest and back up. Some people are gifted with a bigger rib cage where you don't have to arch as much.
And combined with that, you can also get shorter arms as well.
That's true. I mean, the ideal build for bench would be short arms, barrel rib cage, and a long torso so that you can arch as much as possible.
But obviously, with the longer arms, what you lose on bench, you'll gain on deadlifts.
Exactly. It's very difficult to be good at all three. It's very, very rare that you find people that.
Those freaks of nature who are good.
And usually they're world champions if they are.
Yes, and Shun hits a very comfortable 42.5 kilo opener here. Very good way to start off the bench. And then we move straight on to Bethany with 45 kilos now. Moving on to the green plate and the collar.
Oh, we're moving up in the world.
Oh yeah. And we're lucky enough to be using the new Alico soft pad today.
Ooh.
The WPA has purchased. So obviously been in use this year throughout national and international competitions, and personally I quite like it.
We make sure to use the finest equipment here at Welsh Powerlifting.
It's certainly, if you've used it, it's very nice, very comfortable. Obviously, I trained on the hard pad for quite a while, so it's a nice change
Of course.
to go from that grippy slab of concrete to this sinky sofa of a bench pad.
That's true. It's very plush. It feels like
Yeah.
you could nap on it.
Oh yeah, I'm quite tempted to in the
Yeah.
next 10-minute break, to be honest.
Take a power nap,
Yes, and come back fresh for deadlifts.
of course.
Next we have Laura up now at 47.5 kilos on the bar. Obviously with bench press, each lifter can ask or not ask for to be given a handout.
Yep, which is what
So Laura,
Platform Crew is doing
Laura
here.
is getting a handout. Obviously it's based on lifter's preference.
of course. Now you see a demonstration of a bit more of an arch on Laura. Laura, an accomplished bencher and accomplished lifter. She's done the Phil Richard Classic, which is a strong competition, prestigious competition in Welsh powerlifting, and placed second in her weight class, which is very respectable.
Very impressive. Yeah, you can opt for a handout. It helps feel easier taking a lot of the stress out of unracking the bar, which
Yes.
could exert a bit more effort. But then, obviously, if you get a handout that you don't like, that can also mess with
That's
your
true.
technique a lot.
It also is non-negligible that Tahira going for a very narrow grip today.
Very close, but it seems to work for her
Seems to
with
be
a
working fine,
solid
yeah.
50-kilo opener from her.
Obviously, a narrow grip will shift a lot more of the weight onto your triceps than your chest.
It also will give you would increase your range of motion a lot
Yes.
more than a max wider grip will.
Which usually is the opposite of what a lot of people go for.
Yeah, it's not exactly what a lot of powerlifting technique is about, decreasing that range of motion to the
Exactly.
most, which means
But there is something to be said about using suboptimal technique and still getting a very easy rep.
it's very impressive.
Someone could call that a show of force.
Yeah.
We've got Kaylee going for a 55-kilo bench.
Another one opting for a closer grip now. Like,
Yep. Going quite close to her PB, which would be 60.
and it's still moving very quickly despite this closer grip. I just noticed it's rocking the purple SPD singlet but the purple A7 t-shirt.
Ooh, a
Some
little
might
bit of
call-
brand disloyalty.
Some might call that sacrilege, but I don't know.
I would call that optimal.
We call that style.
Yes, absolutely.
See the two big competing brands within the sport. Anyway, moving on to Kelly now with a 67.5 kilo opener.
Which would match her current best. So that's a strong opener.
Very impressive.
Kelly, who is one of our lifters today that has taken part in the bench-only British Championship, and she is showing us today exactly why.
A respectable competition, if I say so myself.
Of course.
Definitely unbiased.
Yeah, you perhaps an alumni of that competition.
I competed in it back in February. I did it this year. So,
Very cool. How did you place?
fifth, maybe fourth. I can't remember, to be honest.
Very nice.
Might do it again next year, just got like bench.
Why not?
Anyway, another enjoyer of the British Bench Press Championships now,
Yes.
Sophie with 72.5. Obviously picked up the bronze in British Bench Press back in February, and to my knowledge will be competing for GB in Malta for Bench Press Euros.
Very cool. And she is on her way to get a best on her bench press, seeing as her opener is already above her current max in competition. Let's see where it goes.
Very impressive.
Now this is a good example of a much stronger arch, but she's using the curve of her back to push her chest up and decrease that range of motion to make the lift work for her. So that is already a PB from the opener, which we love to see.
And now she'll be pushing to that red plate for sure.
Absolutely. And for a jump, 5 kilos, which seems to be a record, we are going with Kirsty, another of our bench specialists here today.
A very strong bench.
Now, her best bench in competition is 82.5, which, may I remind our viewers, this is a 52 kilo lifter, which is an incredible bench,
Very impressive.
and cements her gold medal at Brits this year.
Wow.
Going for a very fast and controlled descent.
That is the sort of technique that really
Makes a
shows
champion.
Really shows the bench press.
Of
A
course.
good bencher.
Now the gamble with bringing the bar down quite fast is that it might bounce on your chest a little bit, which if you get your press command too soon, it might be counted as downward movement and completely invalidate your lift.
Or, on the other hand, you won't get the press command because if it's bouncing around on your chest, it
Exactly.
will not be motionless.
And therefore you will have to hold the bar on your chest for what feels like 15 years.
Yeah, 2 seconds can feel like an eternity
Yeah.
on the bars on your chest. Anyway, Ashling up next with 77.5 kilos.
In
And a
another,
very quick bench.
another very strong bench right here.
You can tell she's coached. You can tell she's being handled by the glorious, handsome young man, Will Hughes, because if there's something he knows how to coach, it's certainly bench press.
All right, in good hands then.
Very good hands.
Again, Ashling seems to be on an absolute comeback tour.
That's what we love to see. Anyway, moving on. That was the heaviest opener of this flight, as we're now moving on to second attempt with Amy taking a 2.5 kilo jump up to 30 kilos now.
And this would be matching her best bench so far.
And you couldn't tell when it's moving like that.
Of
Very
course,
quick
which
lift.
sets her on point for a nice PB, which is good as this is her second comp so far.
Very good. And now we have Georgia with 32.5 kilos on the bar for her second attempt.
Again, she'll be aiming to just get numbers on the board as this is her first comp, according to my sources.
Very, very nice. Take a nice 2.5 kilos.
So you can see she's got a lot longer to go in her bench, which is always makes it a challenge.
Yeah, the
But
long
despite
bar
that, she gets her second attempt
doesn't let it
fairly
stop
easy.
her, which is very nice. And Alex up next with a 10 kilo jump now, jumping to 42.5 kilos for her second attempt. Quite a big jump.
That is a sizable
Fairly big
jump.
but I respect a big jump.
I mean, you would expect 10 kilo jumps on slightly higher weights, maybe slightly above 100
Yeah.
to 1 to 140. You would expect 10 kilo jumps, whereas this is a much higher percentage of her lift.
It seems to be working for her. That was a very clean second attempt.
It seems that she's got plenty left where that came from.
And now, sometimes people just open quite light just to get, obviously, a feel for the
That's
weight,
true,
feel for the day, see where their strength's at.
To avoid the dreaded bomb, a lot of people
Get
will
a number
take
on the
a
board, and then you can take bigger jumps and then see
exactly
where you're at.
conservative openers.
Anyway, we've got someone who is opting for the more regular strategy of taking a 2.5 kilo jump here to 45 kilos now. Obviously loading up that green plate.
And that would be a PB for her.
Oh, very impressive.
They must have got you early, they got the lights on it,
Not sure who that is, sorry.
Opting for a handout as well.
Okay, nice controlled soft touch bench.
And very nice. A lot of it just lifters opt for that soft touch.
Yes.
Just give them a bit more control and just strength in general, to be honest. But then obviously other lifters can opt for more of a sink,
Yes.
which
You usually find heavier lifters opting for a sink technique. For the watchers who may not be super familiar, a soft touch will be bringing the bar just in contact with your chest. You will use it to support the weight, but not sink into you.
some might
Whereas
call it a t-shirt press.
that's it,
is
yes.
what has been described as before.
And a sink, we will opt to sink the bar into you, where some people dislike it as it's a bit riskier. It's harder to hold the weight stable. However, you can kind of use yourself to propel the weight forward.
Often common as well with people who are trying to make sure they do hit elbow depth,
That's true, yep.
just to give them that bit, the elbows go deeper. Anyway, that was a good lift from Kaylee, taking her second bench of 47.5 kilos. A good call. I was looking at her dancing around with her handler, good old Millie lifts beforehand, making sure good vibes from them.
And that's what we like to see here.
Very good. Millie moves, some might say. Anyway, now jumping to 50 kilos for Bethany. Another 5 kilo jump.
I mean, that's textbook bench, really.
No signs of slowing down, moving very well. 3 white lights, can't complain. Next we have Laura up now. Another one opting for a 5 kilo jump, taking 52.5 kilos.
Which would let her sail past her current best on bench, which she has already beaten with her opener. But let's see how far she can extend that lead. Now, another thing to mention is when you get a handout, obviously, you need to hold that weight a little bit longer as the handler has to move out of the way for the central ref. So it's a bit of a two-edged sword as well.
Doesn't seem to have affected her though, as that's a good lift, 3 white lights.
Very good. Again, sailing past her PB already on her second attempt.
A lot of lifters, including myself, I'd like to say, doesn't opt for a handout because they like to control the variable themselves. And obviously, if you get your setup and technique down, so it shouldn't affect you too much. But obviously, a handout just takes that extra work away from you.
See, on the other hand, I tend to set up quite far low down the bench, so I tend to like a handout because it's very hard to unrack the weight from behind you. Just goes to highlight the differences in technique.
Completely makes sense. You can get a bit of extra work, take that extra work from you used to unrack the bar into pressing the weight.
All right, Hira going on for her second of 60 kilos, which would, again, be a massive PB for her.
60 kilos, a nice milestone for everyone, when in the gym especially.
And to be fair, I think a lot of people would be hard-pressed to do it with that narrow of a grip.
And that long of a ROM.
Bit of a sticking point in the middle, but she makes it work nonetheless.
And 3 white lights is a good lift. And now moving on to Kelly now, taking a conservative 2.5 kilo jump up to 70 kilos.
Which I believe would be a PB for her as well. Choosing to adjust the bar so that it's placed symmetrically in the middle.
Obviously every lifter doing whatever they can to make sure their technique is indeed right. And especially on the platform, you want to make sure everything is perfect.
Absolutely.
Give you the best chance of hitting the lift.
So opting for no handout. Taking a little bit longer to stabilize the bar at the top, but she makes absolutely easy work of that.
Didn't even affect her in the slightest. She got 3 white lights, very clean. And as we are closing in on this completing second attempts at bench, we are yet to see a missed lift.
That's true. Full clean sheets so far.
Hopefully that continues as Sophie up next with 75 kilos to get the red plate on the bar.
And that would be a PB for one of our bench specialists present today. Again, little minute details such as the foot placement, which will impact the load on your legs and on your hips, which to many people might seem irrelevant on bench, but I assure you it makes all the difference.
Even something as little as foot placement can really make a lot of difference, such as
Absolutely.
leg drive, arch, literally anything. So It's a lot more technical than you might think.
I've seen people's techniques change drastically simply by moving their feet a few inches. Now that is an insane grind we're
Very
seeing from
impressive.
Sophie.
Wow.
I cannot believe that.
That was incredible. And she
Very
gets
strongly
she gets
deserving
2-1
of getting that
Good
lift.
That is very impressive.
I think that is contender for grind of the day, maybe
Oh,
lift of
yeah.
the day.
She did get yellow from the side ref, but obviously 2-1.
You know what?
So
We
good.
take those.
I'd be very surprised if I'd see her come out for a third, though. I'll be honest.
And now anyone watching this might be thinking, you know, that was what, a 5 to 10 second lift, but I can assure you, under that bar, that feels like an eternity. And having the willpower to keep pushing is about as impressive as the lift itself.
Very impressive.
All right, Kirsty going to match her current PB on her second attempt of 82.5. Now this is very good, strong bench technique right there.
Very impressive.
Using the arch to her advantage as much as possible.
Incredibly small range of motion, which is incredibly good for bench.
Absolutely. And it's something like that that lets her compete internationally.
Wow.
Competed at World's Bench this year, and I believe placed 6th in her class.
Oh, very impressive.
Very impressive.
A GB singlet owner. It's always
Absolutely.
It's a good thing to add to the collection.
It's an active presence when a GB singlet owner walks into the gym.
Oh, yes. Anyway, now moving on to the final second attempt of the round with Aisling also taking 82.5 kilos. And
mean-
no signs of slowing down. That was very impressive.
It seems like she has chosen to put in her warm-up lift as a second attempt, because that was absolute easy work.
And she seems very surprised.
Yeah, it seems so.
I'm not surprised myself, considering that was easy.
But I think she should definitely go up on her third attempt and try and get something a little bit bigger.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Anyway, that concludes second attempt as we move on to third attempt bench, with Amy taking another 2.5 up to 32.5 kilos. We have a completely clean round of attempts now, with no one
So
missing a
far.
bench just yet. Hopefully that trend continues.
Ooh, I think
And she manages to get it up.
it's very
Let's see what
impressive
the refs
seeing
say.
how long she has to travel for that bench.
And 2-1, a good lift. I was
That
a
is
bit worried as I thought I
good.
saw like more of a thrusting motion as the bar got stuck, so I thought maybe her bum had come off the bench there, but
It seems like these side refs have
Side-
not seen anything like that.
I guess that's why I'm sat here commentating and not reffing.
There we go, tasks for everyone.
Yeah, what an inclusive sport we have.
Absolutely.
Anyway, now Georgia taking 35 kilos for her third attempt.
Ooh, and a little struggle of the chest to keep it moving the straight line, but she manages to fight through it.
I do feel like she just lost her bar path a little bit, pressing it
It's
a bit
possible.
too far back towards her face, but
Now-
being able to correct that, especially on a third attempt, is very impressive in itself.
That could be one of those things that is affected by foot placement that can put you off balance very easily if you're not consistent with it.
Yeah, often you see it with mistakes of like something you want to press up and back, but obviously lifters can take that a bit too far and take it
Yes.
a bit too far back, which is that what then can cause.
Yes, it's a cue I personally like quite a lot
Yes.
for training more novice lifters, but it's hard to, again, toe that line.
Yeah, keeping a good bar path, so if you're falling away from that, can cause a mislift. But
Good arch on display from Chun as she gets her
Chun.
third attempt.
no
No problem.
issues, 47.5 kilos. And a
Which
good
is a
lift.
5 kilo PB, so she's walking away with a good day's work so far.
Very nice. Moving on to Alex now, 50 kilos now, taking a 7.5 kilo jump. Obviously we've seen before, she's a big fan of a big jump, which,
Indeed.
say, it's a respectable strategy. It's bold but respectable.
Nice and controlled. Oh,
Unfortunately, maybe just too big of a jump there.
I believe she might have jumped the press command to begin with as well. I think it might have been her attempt to rectify that kind of threw her off the line. Nevertheless, good work.
Still on 47.5s.
So that's our first missed attempt, which is impressive, seeing as we're about third of the way through third attempt.
Wow. Anyway, Kaylee taking a 2.5 jump up to 50 kilos now for her third attempt.
All right. Nice and fast down to the chest,
Very
and
quick.
decently fast up from the chest as well.
Very quick. And 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
Very
She is
strong.
happy with that.
Goes to hug her handler just after. Well deserved.
Well deserved. Millie looks almost happier than Kaylee for that one.
That is a good PB for her as well. We are hitting PBs on PBs on PBs today.
Now, that is what we like to see. Anyway, hopefully Bethany can continue that trend as she jumps 5 kilos to 55 kilos for her third attempt.
We've got some last minute changes as well coming in for some of the lifters. Oh, that is a strong fight as well.
That's a good grind.
Can she lock it out? It seems that she can.
And 3 white lights.
And the ref's happy with that.
Another good grind.
Very good work.
Laura now, 55. Let's get it, Laura.
Now moving on to 55 kilos. Again, we have Laura.
And we're hearing the clang of the plates in the background as Flight B finishes their warm-ups in time for their performance. All right, what can Laura do with those 55 kilos? Just a little bit too much for her, it seems. Good work, nonetheless. I believe she still walks away from here with a decent PB, so it's still a win for today.
That's right. And now we move on to Kaylee with 62.5 kilos.
Which would be a PB for her today.
Breaking over that 60 milestone.
Very narrow grip as well. Very strong.
And it doesn't seem to affect her, having that increased ROM as she gets 3 white lights.
I believe it is worth mentioning that she failed to make any progress in her last comp on bench, so this has been a PB that's been biding its time, so very significant for her today.
PBs always feel better once you wait longer for them.
Of course, and same situation for her squat today, so she's managed to, whatever she's been doing in training is clearly working because she's been smashed through 2 barriers today. Let's hope that she does the same on her third lift today.
Anyway,
No,
hero
our
up now.
narrow grip hero today.
and just a bit too heavy for her today, unfortunately. That is
Impressive work nonetheless.
only losing out on 2.5 kilos in the end though, so
I
easily
suppo-
make up
that-
all on deadlifts.
That is the upside of small conservative jumps, is that even if you miss a lift, you're realistically not too far behind.
Now it's set, we jump another 2.5 jumps for Kelly, moving up to 72.5.
Which would be a 5 kilo PB for her. Taking her time to stabilize the bar at the top before the start command. Nice. A slight
Very
struggle
nice
off the chest, but she carries it to the end nonetheless.
And 3 white lights is a good lift.
So Kelly's walked away so far with a significant squat PB and now a very significant bench PB as well. So she is absolutely winning today.
Very impressive. Hang that in the Loaded Plates podcast.
Ah. I'm sure they will have an episode soon out with some coverage of this event. If you'd like to check them out, I believe it is just the Loaded Plates podcast on YouTube.
Anyway, I believe Sophie is not taking her third attempt.
I think that's fair, as she gave us a contender for lift of the day on her second
A
attempt,
very big climb, which is a completely understandable opinion.
which I believe is where the round of applause is coming from, despite her not coming out to the platform.
Yeah, so once again, they're letting the time run out to give the rest of the lifters an extra break. And while we do that, we'll give a big shout out to all the spotters and loaders
Of course.
and all the volunteers here today, as the comp could not run without them.
Absolutely. And for those watching, spotting and loading is a lot of effort. So these people are working just as hard as the athletes today.
Oh yeah, if not more.
So I'm sure they will get a strong round of applause by the end of the day, which they definitely deserve.
Oh, absolutely.
Steve will now prepare to break for
And as an incentive for people that might not be aware, volunteering lets you get priority spaces into upcoming competitions. So if there's a popular competition that you really want to get into, volunteering is the best way to get yourself a guaranteed space.
It's not just all love for the game they do it for.
Of course. All right, big round of applause for Kirsty coming out,
She's weighing 85 kilos.
attempting to get a PB today. Let's see what she makes of this. Very nice. Ooh.
And unfortunately, just a bit too heavy for her. Just got stuck on the chest there.
That is one of the disadvantages of going for a very high, very wide grip, is that sometimes if you lose a little bit of tension on the bottom, it's very hard to recover from. Nevertheless, she still walks away with an 82.5 kilo bench, which matches her current best.
And now we move on to the final bench of Flight A, with Aisling taking a 5 kilo jump from her second to 87.5 kilos for her third attempt.
Which would take her to the top of Flight A for bench.
Building a very impressive subtotal, this would be.
Oh, and she
And
makes quick
very
work of it.
impressive.
Seems to... I would say that moved like an opener should.
Yeah,
So-
at least had a few more kilos in the tank.
So I think that should go towards building her confidence quite well, because she definitely has lots more in the tank. And I think we could be seeing a 100 kilo bench from her in some time.
Certainly in the near future for sure. Anyway, now we will be moving swiftly on to Flight B now.
All right.
Benches, with Michelle kicking us off with 35 kilos, which we are hearing is a sub-junior record in the 84 plus kilo class.
Seems to be sweeping the records today.
Certainly a flex. That would give her another record to build on her 90 kilo squat record.
Oh yeah. Let's see what she makes of this. I'm sure she'll make very quick work of that.
Oh yes.
Opting for no handout. Very slow, almost a tempo bench down to the chest, and that moved
And that was ridiculous.
very, very good.
Very easy, she's got that record.
I think you could say that moved as though there was no weight on the bar.
Very impressive. Someone tell her that she should have taken her last warm-up in the warm-up area.
Yes, absolutely. Seems to have confused the two, maybe. But nevertheless, she will be able
Anyway,
to
that is-
smash that record if she continues
But
down that way.
she still has a new Welsh 84 plus kilo sub-junior record to her collection. To go for the squat one from earlier.
That's true. So that will be 2 for 3 so far.
Alright, so Shannon.
Anyway, next we have Shannon with 52.5 kilos on the bar.
So Shannon, who is our second lifter in the unlimited 84 kilo plus weight class for the women's. Now she's opening on very close to her PB, which is always a reassuring feeling, I find.
certainly if she hits this, it'll give her some nice confidence to smash that
course.
PB as well.
Nice control to the chest and very,
Very
very
quick.
fast. Very springy. Built up that tension very well.
Despite the long range of motion,
It's
flew.
true.
We have Leather now with 72.5 kilos for his first attempt.
Anyway, now we move on to Bledin with 72.5 kilos for his
All
opener.
right. Again, quite close to his PB, so could be on the way for some personal bests today.
It's another good opener then to build confidence.
Fire's loaded, it's all yours.
Another one of the lifters opting to receive a handout.
And going for a fairly narrow grip. And he brings it down nice and slowly to the chest, and a very easy work of that.
Very controlled, very quick, very good lift. Not
That's
more
the
you
one.
can say. And a very good start to bench for Bledin.
Absolutely.
The opener weighing 95 kilos.
All right, we are edging ever closer to that triple digits on bench, with Piotr opting for a 95 kilo opener.
Fire's loaded for you.
Got a cold one of those if you want. Got a cold one of those if you want. And that is a nice, strong opener.
Good opener and blue white
A
ladder.
solid attempt.
Swift work of 95,
Going for 100 kilos.
which will be absolutely a decent start for him for his first comp.
Anyway, now we have broken into the 100 kilo mark with Callan taking 100 kilos for his opener.
See the battle of the Gibbses.
Battle of the Gibbs and the Battle of the Collinses as well in this flight.
Of course.
And
Makes
he
very
makes
swift
it easy,
work, but I believe he's jumped the rack command.
You could see him put his heads on his hand, his hands on his head, sorry,
Yeah.
as because he just realised he just jumped the rack command. Unfortunately, obviously, easy mistake to make, especially inexperience in the adrenaline of it can happen.
So for those who have not caught that, you need to lock out your lift, wait for a little bit, then rack the bar. What Callan did was kind of push straight into the rack, basically, which I'm sure is an easy enough
Yeah.
mistake to fix on his second attempt. Hopefully it doesn't get to his head too much.
Often lifters just opt to hold it at the top and let the spotters take it.
Yep, that's a strategy. However, it does seem like Callan is going up nonetheless, so he's confident that it's a technical error and nothing more,
That's always nice.
as Adam makes very swift work of 105.
Very nice. Obviously going up, it's pretty, obviously it's a gamble, but I feel like the confidence in himself to go up is a promising sign.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Cavendish up next with 112.
We have Pavandeep now with 112.
Quite a long-limbed lifter, so he might have to contest with quite a bit of ROM here. He's opting for quite a wide grip and to offset that, and let's see what he makes of that.
Obviously when benching here, the rule is that you must have your index finger, the widest it can go is on the ring itself.
Yes.
No, any more would be a illegal bench.
Yep. So watchers can observe a small silver ring on the bar.
And obviously, if they go beyond that, the refs will give them a
Yes.
or it will be ruled as a no lift.
All right. The Battle of the Collins rages on, with Finn opting for 115 as his opener.
Looks like we could be seeing a 2-red bench from Finn today, if all goes to plan.
That seems reasonable, yep.
And a very strong opening attempt. Very solid technique as well from Finn. You can certainly see a big bench from him coming in the future. Now Sean coming up to 120 kilos now. Looking very confident. He's really just making sure he tries to set that arch in place. Obviously a lot of factors, and because of how technical and the smaller muscle groups involved in bench, even the slightest thing can just slightly throw you off.
Absolutely, especially when you move towards higher weights.
And it can just cost you the lift more than you might think. And he gets 2 to 1, he gets a yellow from the side ref. I did think he was a bit quick on the rack command myself, which I'd imagine what would be the yellow from the side ref for. So again, it's just an easy fix for his second. I'm sure his cute-looking handler, Big Thomas, will tell him just hold it a bit longer.
Thomas, Welsh powerlifting hero, present in the building.
Welsh powerlifting champion.
Absolutely.
University world champion.
Ah, even better.
So bags of experience on Sean's side today.
That's it. Yeah, it's exactly who you want on your side.
Here we now, Tom opening on 125 kilos.
Which he makes very quick work of, despite the quite long range of motion.
Yeah, it's a very easy attempt. Opting to wear a belt for bench, which is
Uncommon, but
yeah,
a personal preference.
it's less common to wear a belt, but obviously a lot of people do it for technical reasons, bracing issues. Like
I used to do that for back strain. I find that my back felt less overworked if I'd wear a belt, but I've since stopped. You see bench belts a lot more commonly in equipped powerlifting, where the athletes will wear a bench shirt, which they use a very thin belt to kind of keep in place to stop from riding up and affecting their lifts. Now there will be no equipped lifters here today to demonstrate that, but if you tune into any other Welsh powerlifting competitions, there may be more. And of course there is World Games happening if you want a bit of equipped action.
Equipped being in World Games for quite a few years now.
Yeah, it's since its inception.
Wow.
And is the most prestigious representation of equipped powerlifting.
Yes.
I think we've had already some of the lightweight women take part and breaking records as it is. So very exciting. If you're up for some big weights, then definitely tune into that.
And now raw powerlifting being introduced into the World Games for just this year.
Yes, absolutely. So
which is always good to see for the appeal of the sport.
Absolutely. Now, less lifters in World Games for raw than you might imagine, as raw powerlifters have quite a lot of competitions at a high level. You've got Worlds, Euros, Sheffield as well, which is quite an important competition because it pays a lot of money if you do it right.
That's true. And now you're seeing the more introductions of more of the money meets. It's like SBD Austin,
yes.
the Bancus meet as well in America.
Yep.
So
introducing some prize pools to the sport, which is not very common for now.
Anyway, good lift from Corey with a 125 kilo opener. But powerlifting, obviously a sport that you cannot earn money off.
Not really, no.
you do well at these money meets like Sheffield.
There are some countries, like Poland, for example, where
Yes,
if you
of
compete for the
course.
national team, you receive a stipend from the government, as it's treated as just national sport, like you would if you played for the football team or anything like that. This is not the case in the UK, so out of luck for the GB lifters.
Yes. SB do kindly provide equipment to the
That's true.
international level athletes competing in full power competitions,
That is true.
but that's about as far we get in the sport. Anyway, the heaviest opener of this flight, with James of 145 kilos on the bar.
James Chubb showing us a decent sink technique just there, where you can see the bar indent into his chest a little bit, and he uses that to propel the bar upwards at breakneck speed.
Now we move on to the second round of benches in this flight, with Michelle looking to extend her record that she set on her opener. There seems to be a trend of this happening now today, which is very impressive to see, with people just breaking records on their openers and then extending them. And benching bench records, with a range of motion that long, it's refreshing.
Very impressive. Claiming extending her own record.
Now we move on to Shannon, taking a 5 kilo jump to 57.5 kilos. And a lovely bench for Shannon. 3 white lights.
Blevin stepping up to match his current best bench of 80 kilos. If he makes decent work of this, that'll be putting him on a very good track to get a bench PB today.
Very impressive.
Big round of applause for Blevin in the room. Now it's worth noting that Blevin is sporting a Paralympics singlet today. The only Olympic representation that powerlifting gets is bench press in the Paralympics, where Britain historically has done quite well.
Very impressive.
A very narrow grip, very high on the chest. Ooh,
Just a bit of a wobble at the top, unfortunately.
missed a little bit at the top, it looks like. However, it's not a strength problem.
No, it's just a slight technical fault as he loses balance a little bit at the top.
A little bit of frustration from Blevin there.
It's understandable, but I feel even if he could take the gamble and go up on his third.
I think
because the strength is
that's still
completely there.
doable.
But anyway, now moving on to Piotr, taking
His,
5 kilo jump to 100 kilos now.
Blevin's coach discussing bench placement with him just now to make sure that he gets the best result possible on this attempt.
More of a case of just needing to push it a little bit further back as it fell forward as it towards the top.
Yes. All right. Let's see if we can break into the 3 digits.
Big milestone, especially on the second.
Nice touch point. And a nicely done bench press.
Very strong. And 3 white lights. Good lift.
There is something to be said about how your bench technique changes when you compete, to make sure that the refs have as little to say about your lift as possible. And I think that is a good example,
Very much so.
because you do not want to leave it up to chance.
Yes, you want to make it as undeniable as possible. Don't give them anything to red light you on.
Do not give them a chance. All right, Callan, having gone up on his second, I believe he missed his first lift due to the rack command. I think he moved fairly fast, so he's decided, you know what, it's not a strength problem, I'll just listen to the rack command.
And makes light work of that.
There we go.
And he gets 3 white lights. There we go.
That's much better. He must be feeling very vindicated as he steps off the platform
Adam is going for 100.
and choosing to go up again on his third.
It's a very strong second attempt from him.
I think
That opener will be well out of his mind by now then.
absolutely. Again, it's all about building momentum, making sure that you can keep going and not stalling yourself too much, which he seems to be well on his way to doing.
Absolutely.
Building momentum, that is.
Yes. Nearly.
Right.
We have Adam taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 112.5.
Should be a quite significant PB for him, actually. So let's see what he makes of that. Nice slow control to the chest, very stable. Nothing wrong to say about that.
And a very quick final portion of the movement as he gets a...
Maybe something wrong to say about that. I'm not sure what that light was for, but
17.5 kilos.
He still gets a 2-to-1 lift, so it's still a good lift.
that is still good. If a jury were present, that would give them grounds to potentially overturn the lift. However, we've not got any of that, as that is fairly uncommon for divisional competitions, such as this one.
Only usually found at national and higher.
Absolutely. So you can find jury panels of usually 3 to 5.
Yes. Just like it's our prestigious Welsh Championships.
Exactly.
There was a jury there.
Although I think you would be hard pressed to fit another 5 people in this space at the moment. Very controlled, quite a low touch point. A
And
little bit of a sticking point up the middle, but nothing too much for him.
3 white lights. It looked like he had didn't have as much control of the bar on his chest as you'd often want, but at the end of the day, didn't affect him. He got 3 white lights. Bar went up.
Very good effort.
Yeah,
And,
if the bar goes A to B, you can't have too many complaints.
Well on his way to set a very nice third attempt. All right, Will Finn Collins tops the list of the Collins. He's up, going to 122.5 on his second attempt.
Finn demonstrated a strong bench technique on his opening attempt. If he can replicate that, I'm sure this won't give him any problems.
That's it. You can see him driving his traps into the bench, which is a very strong thing to do. And you can see, I mean, he makes very, very light work of that.
Very easy.
That is last warm-up, if not less, level of effort right now.
Having the traps driven into the bench, often a technique to gain a bigger arch, create more tension, and just overall be stronger effectively.
Lets you anchor your upper half to the bench.
Exactly. Often people use cues like row the bar towards you, or like bend the bar, some people say, when
That is true,
getting
yeah.
into it. We're now onto 2 red plates on the bar, with Sean
finally.
127.5 for his second attempt.
Something which a lot of beginners to bench find quite surprising, that your back muscles are very, very important for the movement, as they help you stabilize, get tension, and drive the bar up.
Exactly. It's not just a chest movement, the bench,
Exactly.
despite it being a big driving factor.
And I think I'm not the only one when I say that I have definitely gotten leg cramps from doing bench before.
Oh yeah, the hamstring cramp on bench is always the worst. But doesn't seem to affect Sean here with 3 white lights.
All right, it's a 127 bench.
Yeah,
Very
he was
strong
really
performance.
demonstrating the driving the traps into the bar. He was
Exactly, yeah.
taking his time with it, which is not a bad thing. You want to get your technique right, especially on the platform.
Exactly, and that leaves him with, so far, is a 12 kilo PB on his bench, which I must say is a strong performance.
And often taking your time, especially because with this bench, not a lot of the new Alico pad, a lot of people wouldn't have been able to train on it
True.
at all, or at least would have used it maybe once, twice. So
It's good to see people adapt to new equipment.
yes, so obviously taking their time just to making sure their technique's right on new equipment, because even like the smallest, pickiest detail like this can still affect a lot of people. But another strong attempt from Tom with
Very
135 seconds.
I will wait for the lights before calling this one textbook, as to not repeat my squat blunder. But that looks just perfect, really.
Yeah.
It seems
And
like
the
he's got quite a lot left in that.
refs do agree. 135. One of those lifters opting for a belt, which can be more of a technical feat, because often, like when you more so in the raw side of things, when you brace, you want to brace and create tension in your chest to more expand that area.
Yep.
Which obviously a belt creates more abdominal pressure more than anything. Obviously, some lifters just like it, personal preference.
That's true. Yep.
Anyway, now Corey moving on to 135 kilos for his second attempt. And it moves quite well. He got quite a tucked elbow stance, which obviously is not a common technique used, especially now with the introduction of the elbow depth rule.
Absolutely.
Completely hasn't affected him though. He's got 3 white lights, a clean looking bench.
And that is his bench PB matched, so hopefully on his third attempt he'll be able to have a bit of room to play with.
Despite being quite a young lifter, Corey's got quite a good experience of competing.
Yep.
Obviously being around, there's another demonstration of, while still being young, he's got quite a big training age.
That's correct, yep. I believe this is his 10th competition, so that's a decent amount of experience gained.
While still being a junior lifter as well.
Absolutely. So for those unfamiliar with the age classes, you start at sub-junior, which is under 18. Then you move on to junior, which is 18 to 23. 23 to 39 is open, and then anything above that is masters, and it goes up in 10 years. So masters 1, then masters 2, 3, etc., etc.
So we have an open lifter, which is James, taking
There you go.
155 kilos for his second attempt. A big second attempt.
Very light work of that.
Very nice moving.
Now, having had a chat with James off the platform, he has said that he was very much looking forward to his bench, as it's one of his favourite lifts in training, and it very much does show.
I can get behind that.
It was a very strong performance.
And now that concludes second attempts for Flight B, as we move on to third attempts now. As we've got Michelle kicking us off with 52.5 kilos, looking to extend her record that she set on her second attempt.
Even
which
her first
was,
and second as well.
Yes, it was an extension of what she set on her opener. Very impressive bench showing from Michelle so far today. As she walked out, you heard she has a crowd behind her and everything.
Absolutely.
And she's pressed it with ease. And unfortunately that is a 2-to-1 no lift. She gets 2 yellows from each side ref. Didn't look like too much of a command issue, but it could be butt lift or shoulders coming up the bench.
It's very possible. Butt lift is one of those very treacherous ones because it's very hard to see when you're lifting.
Yes.
Now, it's very common for lifters to use leg drive and for the hips to move up a little bit, but as long as their butt does not fully come off the bench, it's fine.
Yeah,
The usual rule is that you have to see daylight, and I believe that's why most singlets are black to begin with. Now, obviously, that's changed with a lot of A7 and SBDs that you can see here today being different colors, but standard they are black so that you can see daylight if there is any.
No issues with that with Shannon as she gets her 60 kilo third attempt, with ease. But anyway, a lot of when butt lift can happen from just leg drive, because often used with the thrusting motion instead of more like a driving motion. A lot of that can be fixed with just trying to drive up the bench, or just changing your foot position slightly, bringing it closer towards you or further away from you, depending on your bench.
Now you can see Blevin stepping up for his third attempt. You might be able to notice on the floor there are some plates put down for him to rest his feet on, which is something that a lifter can request if they like. And let's see if that lets him have a bit more of a stable hold. Opting for a handout as well. Again, you can see it's a very narrow grip because his wrists kind of flex inwards towards the bottom. And that looks much better.
Very much better, very stable at the top, and he gets 3 white lights, a good lift.
Very good. Good job from Blevin going over to the refs to say thank you, I assume.
Very good sign of sportsmanship.
Very good.
Obviously the refs do not get paid like all volunteers.
That's
they are
true.
here out of their own love for the game.
And you cannot just decide to ref, you have to get qualifications, so it's even more of your own time.
You have to earn that tie.
All right.
We have Piotr walking onto the platform with intent for a 105 kilo bench.
Walking through a cloud of chalk. With a lot of people behind him supporting him, going for a 105 kilo bench. Strong descent. Ooh, and that's a grind, but can he finish it?
He's still going. Brilliant work.
Very impressive. Let's see what the refs have to say about that, but I would say that's a good lift.
And
that's a good lift. Very, very strong performance.
He's happy with that.
Very strong grind on his bench.
Another example of leaving no kilos.
Absolutely.
In spare or for spare.
Some lifters are just like that. Some will be able to grind very, very slowly for a long time. Some will be a lot more explosive, but usually stop a lot quicker. Again, just due to usually biomechanics and other fun details.
Now we have Callan up for 112.5 kilos.
Let's see if he can take the 105 lift away from Piotr.
And unfortunately just too heavy for him there.
A very good example of what I was just saying, of grinding for a very long time and some people stopping a lot quicker.
Yeah. He does seem like he dumped the bar on the chest a bit too much there, obviously losing a bit of control.
It can be very easy to lose tension once you've reached your chest.
Oh yeah, a good skill to keep is keeping tension while being the bar pause on your chest.
Absolutely, which is why I find that long paused benches are a very good way to train for it. Tempo benches as well are also very good for that.
Tempo bench, a good 2 count, 3 count pause bench in training. It's all going to have some really good carryover.
Absolutely, and these are all tools in a good coach's arsenal to make sure that their lifters get the absolute best out of their training.
And often with bench as well, because because smaller muscle group and less weight exposure, it recovers quicker. So a lot of lifters will often bench more than they will squat and deadlift. So often people bench anytime from like 3 to 5 times a week is usually the range, depending on the person themselves.
I am personally a 3 times a week bencher at the moment.
I've just switched to 5.
No, very interesting. How is that working?
Wonderfully.
Very good to hear.
Oh yeah.
And another grind for the table today.
And he gets his 117.5 kilo third attempt. 2 to 1. Gets a yellow ref on the side, but that won't bother him too much as it's still a good lift.
Very, very good. I think you can see that the refs are in a different position for bench. You can see them in the corner on the other side compared to where they were for squat. So they're in a better position to see usually foot movement and butt lift.
Yes.
So our right referee is just out of the frame now, but you can just about see the left referee kind of hidden behind the plate on the left.
As refs can move to wherever they would like.
Absolutely.
Around their side, around the centre.
You will see some refs almost on the floor trying to get a better angle.
And obviously they've got to work around the spotters and loaders because the spotters are there to keep the lifters safe. Yes. Not to the referee's eyesight benefit. Anyway, now we have a 122.5 kilo third attempt of Pavandeep.
It was a very strong grind, but not enough today. I believe from here I spotted a little bit of foot movement, so that annoyingly, even if he got that rep, I think he might have gotten a red light from the right ref, as I believe that was a bit of foot movement. But defer to the referees on that.
Sometimes it could be a foot slipping as well,
That's true.
which could impact the way he benches. Obviously, foot slipping means less leg drive, if not removing it entirely.
A loss of tension, which is
Yes.
almost a death sentence when you're benching.
Yes, can turn any rep into a feet down Larsen press.
Absolutely, which is another good thing to try.
Another variation in the bench press. Here now we have Finn with 130 kilos for his third attempt. Edging ever closer to a big 140, which will hopefully be around the corner for him. And a very strong second. A bit slow off the chest, but a very smooth attempt. Not going to have too many complaints. A solid third attempt. To wrap off a very successful bench day for Finn. Anyway, now we're moving on to Sean with 135 kilos on the bar. Lifter who's shown very much taking his time with his technique, making sure he gets it right, which is ever more important on the third attempt when the weight starts to get heavier, when the slightest technical flaw on bench can throw you off ever so slightly, which is what nobody wants. Very controlled tempo down, and unfortunately just too heavy for him there. Obviously with that tempo down, it just, the extra work controlling the bar on the descent can often impact when you get that press command. You've used a bit too much energy. It's striking that balance that is the key thing. Anyway, now we move on to the third last bench press of Flight B, and we have hit the fabled 140 mark for Tom now. A 5 kilo jump from his third attempt, which was moving very quickly. So I'm sure he'll be confident going into this one. Quite an explosive lifter nonetheless.
Incredible form usually on show from Tom.
And it's just getting stuck just on the chest.
That is
too heavy for him.
That is a frustrating place to fail your bench, because that is very high up.
So close but so far kind of bench.
Absolutely. All right, going into the final few attempts, we've got Corey with 142.5.
A big bench press for Corey, managing to push over that good old 140 milestone.
Of course, and that would put him on track for a PB today.
Even better. Obviously, opting for the no wrist wraps as well for bench, which some lifters choose to do now due to like more of a technical wrist position idea rather than like supportive.
A true raw lifter.
Exactly.
Very, very good arch, but not enough today
Just
for
too
him.
much for him, unfortunately. But still leaving with a healthy 135.
A strong performance, and it's still matching his personal best. So not a weak performance by any means.
Now we're moving on to 160 kilos for the final bench press of Flight B.
You know, 160 is starting to get very impressively heavy.
A big bench.
Absolutely. Now let's see if his bench press specialty will show up on his third attempt. Getting set up on the bench just there. Very strong unrack. A little bit of a sink, very controlled.
Very fast.
Honestly, quite light work.
Very
I
good.
would say personally say there's at least 5 kilos more in the tank.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, if not more. Very
So
solid third attempt.
that puts him on a very good track. A good thing to mention, James, today is his first competition, so that is a very, very strong performance for his first. Sitting at a comfortable 360 subtotal at the moment with a 200 squat and a 160 bench.
And now we move on to flight C now, as the spotters and loaders have a quick swap around to give them all a good rest, and as they clean the bar and the bench down as well, to make sure, obviously, because each lifter will put enough chalk on their back to make sure they don't slip around and slide on the bench.
Absolutely. Now this bench, as we mentioned earlier, is quite plush and you sink into it quite a lot, which means it's quite easy to keep tension and friction. But it's always nice, a bit of chalk. I mean, if you look at if you could see the lineup of lifters getting ready right in front of us, every single one has a very white upper back. So clearly a winning strategy.
And to kick us off in this flight, we have Gary with a 75 kilo bench.
Which will also be a record, I believe.
It is a Masters 3 under 120 kilo Welsh record for him today. To go with his squat record as well, if he can get this.
Very controlled off the chest, very strong.
And it looks like we have a new record on our hands.
Another one. It looks like Gary is on his way for a record sweep.
He's collecting them.
Collecting them.
I believe if he hits all 3 benches, he might be going 6 for 6 on records as well as 6 for 6 on attempts, which is a very impressive feat. Now we move on to Rudy, who is opening on 95 kilos, opting to instruct for a handout from Bolu to ex-Cardiff Uni lifters.
He was also present at Welsh Championships this year.
He was.
Who put on a very strong performance as well.
One of the battles to watch between him and John Bermudez.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that handout has worked well for Rudy as he gets a solid 95 kilo opener and 3 white lights.
It's very easy work for it. I think he will be on track to beat his 100 kilo best so far.
When I was talking to him before, he said his aim's 110, and it certainly looks like he could be on for that. If he
Absolutely.
Could take a 7 and another 7. Would certainly be good for him.
Now, speaking of 100, we have Riley starting on 100 as well.
Also giving in detail instructions about a handout, because obviously certain lifters like handouts differently.
Absolutely.
Some like a heavier for the volunteers, taking more weight out of the bar.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then some like it lighter, taking less weight.
I am in the former camp. I like the spotter to take as much of it as possible and kind of drag it out, so that I can focus on. It kind of acts like what a monolift would do for squat.
Yes.
So that you can have the weight, press it, and not worry about anything else.
You just have the weight in your hands, no racking involved.
Nothing else.
And some lifters find that when they don't want the bar just completely dumped on them,
yeah,
obviously
absolutely,
then they have to stabilise themselves.
I have had to have many a gym handout where my spotter dragged the weight out and then just kind of dropped it on my hands, which made it quite difficult.
I can imagine.
So it's being able to react and adapt to a terrible handout does make you a better lifter.
It does.
So I'm not too mad about it.
We had a good example at Worlds this year with Kaiko and his bench, and obviously the heavier weight, it's going to be a lot harder to stabilise, even with such a good bencher as himself.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're getting to the heights of someone like Jonathan Keiko, the single handout will have to be over 200 kilos, which is a respectable deadlift, a very respectable deadlift for most people. and you're going to have to hand that out to someone, which is definitely not an easy task. Which is why if you look at high-level competition like Worlds, all the spotters are absolutely massive.
Nexus has just actually smoked 100 while we're talking about that as well.
Absolutely,
That's
we didn't even
ridiculous.
have time to see it. It's not even a blink, and you'll miss it.
It was ridiculously fast. But yes, back to the handout. I've had plenty of people, or I've had a person come up to me before and tell me, do you fancy a deadlift session? I'm benching.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is certainly a flex. And Austin gives a good 105 attempt for his opener. Very quick.
If you ever have to help some friends do some equipped bench sessions, it's always funny to try and have to hand out over 200 kilos. So
Spotting
definitely daunting, but doable.
Spotting equipped, you need to be a lot more switched on as well, like more staying with the bar as well. So
Again, for those unfamiliar, failing a lift in equipped, especially bench press, can happen very quickly at absolutely the blink of an eye, and the line you have to race on is a lot tighter for equipped. It's a lot easier for it to fail, and a common way to fail is dropping the bar at the bottom right onto your teeth.
wow,
So it's you have to be very switched on.
not pleasant. But what is pleasant is that opener from James. Very
Absolutely.
quick, 110 opener, 3 white lights, very easy. He probably admits to himself that his bench is not his best suit, but that was a very clean opener, you can tell. Anyway, another 110 opener now, but this time it's from Evan. A very straight down to business setup, but he's been held a bit at the top for the rack command. I believe it might have been heels, so I just saw him move his feet a little
Possible,
bit.
yes. The feet are about the only thing we can see from our commentary booth, so it's the only thing we can really watch out for.
And even though he got the start command, he still gets 3 yellows, which could indeed be for the heels being off the ground.
I'm trying to look for the central ref, but I'm not seeing any. I might have missed that.
And we've got Jeremy up next for 110 kilos, but
He seems to be
he's disappeared.
late.
Jeremy will not be coming out, so we're going to
Decided to not come out for that opener, which is certainly worrying.
I'm not sure if that's an interesting technique choice or something else.
Well, usually when people tactically choose to leave out attempts, will be their second.
Yeah,
To save
you
for their
see
third.
You see a lot of deadlifts, more so deadlifts,
Yes.
in the second, or often people will just take 2 deadlifts, realise they've won, and be like, you know what, I'm not going to take the third, I'm going to do a lap of honour and go shake everyone's hand.
Yep. Do a lap of the referees and go home.
Yes. Or like we've seen today, people taking a big second attempt and being a bit more work than they'd think, and then just be like, we're going to conserve energy and leave it there.
Next we have Luke jumping to 127.5 kilos for his first attempt.
Okay, Luke Stone lining up for 127 kilos. Which again, can I mention, that is a very strong bench. Even if you were to get only his opener, that is a very strong bench for a for a junior 74 kilo lifter.
Certainly would be
So let's see.
GL Warrior.
Absolutely. Let's see what he makes of this. Oh,
Very quick.
that is light work.
A very easy
Again, he seems to have taken his last warm-up on the platform, which is a strategy for people to treat their first attempt as a last warm-up. Definitely seems conservative for how fast that moved.
Oh yeah. Once again, could be a case of just getting it on the board, taking a weight.
Absolutely.
Often people take an opener of a weight they know they can hit with quite comfortable ease.
Now, some people will be
Scout the ball.
using this competition to qualify for future competitions, so they want to get numbers on the board and make sure that they get a total and they get their qualifier.
because comp. Now we have Drew up next with 132.5 kilos and a very strong opening bench for Drew. And the referees agree with me that it was a good lift, as it is 3 white lights. And now Connor is up next with a 140 kilo opener, a big opener, and this will also be a Welsh sub-junior under 100 or under 120 kilo record, which he's another one who's out here just collecting records, as this would make it his second record of the day. Seeming to be a trend of people breaking records on their openers for bench, which is
clearly going for a sweep right now.
He's held on his chest for a while.
I'm not sure if he opted for a bit of a pause, a longer pause, or if he did not get a press for a little while. Unfortunately, that is a no lift.
No lift. I did think his soft elbows is what I thought would it be, but he got it held on his chest for a while.
Very possible.
So maybe the bar just wasn't motionless, or they were looking for something.
Let's see what he does with his second attempt. Maybe he decides to go up, but with 2 different faults, I'm not sure if that would be very wise.
No, it's certainly a gamble, and obviously having the bench pause on your chest for a longer period of time is going to take a lot more energy out of you.
Now we've got Jack Meredith lining up for his bench. Now, as I mentioned earlier, he's being coached currently by Kate Swetman, who is a bench press current world record holder. So that expertise seems to be working fine, because that was a very, very easy 155.
Very clean.
Absolutely effortless. And it seems to be a battle for best bench of the day, as Thomas Lawrence also loads 155.
Seeing some very big benches towards the end of this flight.
Absolutely. Thomas Lawrence.
But a very speedy press.
Very strong 155 as well. This will be one to watch. It will be interesting to see what he puts in as his second attempt, as Jack has opted to go 10 kilos up to 165.
And that concludes the opening attempts of Flight C.
Very good. So it seems like the battle of the benches continues, as Thomas Lawrence has chosen to do 162 for his next lift, which we will see at the end of this flight. Right now, it's Gary Nunn looking to break his own bench record that he just set a few minutes ago.
Very controlled descent down and a very quick press up.
I mean, he is making very light work of that.
And now Rudy choosing to jump 7 kilos to open him up to that 110 he was wanting, to 102.5.
Now, it will be very interesting, I think, for his mental side of things to see what he does with this. Because if this moves slightly slower than it should, it might set him back a little bit. But let's see. Nice control. A little bit of a sink, however,
Just a bit too heavy for him.
gets stuck off the chest. Now, those are frustrating because when you fail very high up in your rep, it can be due to quite a lot of things, but failing off the chest is usually not very favorable. So it will be interesting to see what he does with that. I assume he will either not go for his third or try and retake that weight.
Yeah, I believe it would be a safe call just to retake. So I think if he just treats it a bit more intent and maybe like just a slight tweak, he could probably just get that.
I mean, it's absolutely doable. I've done it myself, of failing a lift pretty much exactly like this, and then making the next attempt at the same weight look quite simple. Actually, it was in that exact same weight.
Oh, wow. Maybe it's a sign.
Maybe it is. Riley lining up for a bench PB for him,
107.5 now.
which is very impressive weight at that weight class. And that is slow, but it looks like he can make it work.
It's a bit of work. Gets it. 3 white lights.
I think something like a 110 would be a good decision for his third attempt.
I think 2.5 is definitely the call there.
All right, Nexus lining up also for 107.5.
A bit wobbly on the unrack, but manages to restabilize himself there, and
that is quite easy, very nice. That's I would say that's about what you would expect from a second attempt. You want a little bit. The problem is, if your second moves too easily, you're at risk of leaving too many kilos on the table. So you want it to feel like a bit more of a challenge, but still manageable, which is exactly what that looked like.
And also, if you it moves too quickly, there's the other hand of getting too much confidence from it and
overshooting on your first.
Maybe letting your ego get the better of you and loading a bit too much.
Which is exactly why it's very useful to have a coach with you on the day to temper your expectations and on the other hand as well, make sure that to push you in the right places.
Yes, but also tell you, no, you don't load that.
Sean Evans making very quick work of 115.
And 3 white lights. And a good lift. Very nice. Now we have James taking a 5 kilo jump for his second attempt to 115, sorry. Looking to make this a presidential press for him.
Very light work.
Very easy.
Very light work.
Very clean. And the refs agree, 3 white lights. That was quite easy. Maybe if another 5 kilo jump might seem a bit conservative the way that moved.
I would agree. I think maybe 122 to 125 could be the move here.
Would certainly be reasonable for sure. Here now, Evan taking third lifter in the road. He's been taking 115 kilos for their second attempt.
And he's the third lifter to look like he's going to get that.
And very quick, and 3 white lights.
115 certainly seems a popular weight, but we are jumping up 20 kilos to 135 on the next one.
Now we have Luke Stone jumping to 135 kilos. Taking his time with his setup.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got plenty of time to get a start command.
Which he gets.
Very light work.
And 3 white lights is a good lift. That'll certainly open him up for a 140 kilo bench inside, which would be a very impressive feat.
Absolutely.
Considering he's a junior 74 kilo lifter.
Looking set up for a 3-plate lift, which obviously will be less than that here because we're using red plates, but 3 blue gym plates.
Yes.
As it were.
Jimbo plates. Okay, moving on to Drew now, who is taking that 3 blue plates at 140 kilos.
Always annoying that it looks less impressive with red plates
Yeah, and especially comp loaded as well.
with collars as well. So for those watching who are not familiar, the silver collars on the end of the bar are 2.5 kilos each.
Which will be loaded onto every bar.
Absolutely.
So for a 140 kilo lift here, we have a 5, a 2.5, and a collar on top of the 2 reds that were on there. And he makes light work of it, of 3 white, sorry.
And we've got another person here today on an absolute record sweep. Now let's see, Connor failed his first 140. Now I believe it was a technical error.
Yeah, he was held on his chest for a while.
But
and
let's see
then
what he can make of
was
this
a bit,
one.
And I feel like it was elbows as well, soft on lockout. So it's certainly a fixable thing. Just hope that opening attempt hasn't taken out of him too much. And that
That's
was
much
certainly
better. That is a much better attempt.
Certainly better from Connor there. And he gets 3
White lights, and that's a second record for him today, as he's already achieved a squat record before, and now he has gotten a bench record for the sub-junior Welsh records.
And now we have Thomas taking 162.5 for the penultimate bench of the second round.
So this is setting up the ground for a very interesting bench battle, as him and Jack Meredith are within 2.5 kilos of each other on attempts, and I believe this will be quite interesting to watch to see who comes out on top.
And
Makes very light work of that.
Our second attempt should probably look. Could
Very, very
potentially
light
end up at, it wouldn't even be 3 red plates, but 170, so 3 gym red plates.
You'd need, what, 175 for 3 red plates?
Yeah, with a collar.
Which would be quite a jump, I think, maybe slightly unreasonable.
Yes, no, I'd read 170 would be work, but he work, but it wouldn't be a bad call, for sure.
Let's see what our, so far, strongest bencher will have to say in response.
With 165 kilos on the bar.
Now, if we remember, his 155 looked like pretty light work, so let's see.
Very controlled and
That was
very
very
fast.
easy. Now, obviously, Jack, compared to some of the other lifters, does not have as much room to go, so he can make use of that slightly lower range of motion to really power through much heavier weights. And it will be interesting to see what his third attempt is. He has set up for 175, which would place him on top of the bench now. If Thomas gets his last bench, but Jack doesn't, Thomas would win the bench. And if it's the other way around, it will be Jack. If they both get their bench, Jack would come out on top. So it's his game to lose at the moment for the bench.
And now we move into third attempts to kick us off. We have Gary looking to go 3 for 3 on it and extend his own bench record that he set on his second attempt. And he has got it up. And the rest agree, and it is 3 white lights, and he has extended his own record and claimed his record. A very impressive feat, as I believe he has gone 66 on attempts and broken a record on every single one of those attempts.
Which is certainly not something you can say about most lifters.
Yeah, very impressive.
Rightfully so, as it would make the records a bit redundant if you could.
And now Rudy retaking his second attempt, which he just couldn't quite get. It just got stuck off his chest.
Absolutely. Let's see if he can adapt to that and make it move like it should. And failed in about the same spot. Unfortunately, it is very hard to correct a failure off the chest. Now, if I remember correctly, he said his aim for today was about 110, so he's a little bit shy of that today, so maybe feeling quite frustrated. But fortunately, this sort of stuff is exactly what makes you a stronger lifter in future. So let's hope he takes that.
And I guess
on the
that's the benefit of the 3 flights back to back to back today, that he'll have a lot of time to just put that out of his mind, relax
Absolutely.
a bit, and then come back stronger for deadlifts.
Now, deadlift is another very, very mental game, so he will want to clear his mind, and get in the zone, get locked in
Yes.
for his deadlifts.
Anyway, now we're moving on to Riley, who has jumped 5 kilos from his second attempt, jumping to 112.5. If I remember correctly, his second was a fair bit of work, but 5 kilo jump should be pretty reasonable.
I believe there is a good chance that he gets this, yes. Seems like the right call. It will be a challenge, but it should be.
Oh, and unfortunately just too heavy for him.
That is a tough one.
But still
So-
walks away with 107.5.
Very respectable. And I'm sure he will have plenty of time to work on that and get stronger in future. But a very, very strong performance nonetheless so far, as he walks away with a 157.5 squat and a 107.5 bench.
Healthy subtotal from him. Anyway, moving on to Nexus, who's taking the same jump as Riley did, going to 112 from 107. And his bench has shown no signs of stopping so far.
Absolutely.
Each has looked very explosive, very fast, and very impressive. So, I have no doubt this trend won't continue. This trend will continue. And unfortunately, it is just too heavy for him.
Wow.
I do feel like that looked like a bit of a technical fault, as he didn't press it. He pressed it maybe too far straight and too far, and maybe a bit far forward. But maybe that's just my angle. But certainly, you could hit that on another day. But moving on now, we have Austin for 120 kilos on the bar. Looking to cap off a healthy bench session for him.
There is a trend of a lot of failed benches at the moment, as our last 3 attempts have failed. Now that is unfortunately what happens when you go to the edge, is a lot of times. Oh, that is a very strong grind, but it looks like he's got it.
A very impressive lift.
Let's see what the refs say about that.
And
That is 2
2
whites.
Good lift. With a yellow from the near side referee.
Very strong performance.
Next up is James attempting the
But
same.
and he has broken that trend of 3 reds in a row.
Absolutely,
which
but-
is nice to say. Now
Another
James going
120.
for 120 kilos. He said to me, I told him when he walked off for his 115 that his bench moved really well and she should go up more. And his response was, "It's me."
Well, whatever that means.
So clearly not as confident in his bench, but he should be, because I have no doubt this will move very well.
I mean, he's already walking away with a bench PB today of at least 2.5 kilos. So if he can extend that, that will be even better. Very controlled to the chest.
Yes, and very nice. Clean bench.
That's a strong grind.
Three
Respectful
white
third attempt.
Yeah,
There we go. That's 7.5 kilo PB on his bench today.
I'm sure he'll be happy with that. As he builds himself a healthy total now.
And on top of a squat PB as well. So a good day for him so far.
And with deadlift still to go, he'll be pretty happy with that.
Absolutely. Now we've got Flight A, a slew of athletes from Flight A getting ready to get their deadlifts on the board, which we are, of course, very excited about.
While Evan loads 125 for his third bench attempt and makes pretty light work of it.
That is fairly strong. Again, to anyone watching, the second that bar starts to slow down, you are fighting for your life. And it does not look like much when you're watching it, but I can tell you it really does feel like the world's falling on you.
And for those that don't know, any sort of downward motion does result in a no lift.
So when you've gotten your press command, any downward movement, absolutely, will be a technical fault. Now Luke Stone going for a 142.5. Again, absolutely beating expectations of someone his weight class.
Very impressive bench from junior 74 kilo class. And it was pretty comfortable.
That is what I would call a respectable second attempt.
Yeah.
So we're moving from impressive to quite remarkable now.
Incredibly impressive from him, and he seems happy with it.
As I believe as he should be, yeah. Well, definitely, if you should keep your eye out on someone, I would definitely keep your eye out on him.
Certainly a promising career ahead from him. Anyway, now Drew, 145 kilos for him. Made pretty easy work of his 140, so this should hopefully go the same.
Absolutely.
Another lifter opting for a fairly narrow grip.
Nice and controlled. A little bit of a sink on the chest, but he makes good work of that.
And 3 white lights. That's a
No.
good third attempt from him.
No problems whatsoever.
And very strong third attempt. Can't complain. And now Connor jumping up 10 kilos to 150, looking to extend his sub-junior 120 kilo Welsh record.
Now there's a brave move, and I can respect that because his 140 was still a challenge.
I agree. Maybe this was the original plan to jump, or maybe he's just trying to make up those kilos that he would have lost from jumping to a second.
Possibly. I think let's see him bring that fight to the bar. That is a very, very strong grind. I mean, you can hear the audience rallying around him.
An excellent grind.
And that looks good to me. That is 3 white lights. And he walks away with 150 kilos on bench, claiming another record on an absolute sweep today.
Absolutely brilliant from Connor there.
Brilliant, brilliant performance. And next, we have our penultimate bench. Now this is important because the bench, I suppose, best lift is at stake here. Now, if he gets this, if he fails this lift, Jack Meredith walks away with the best bench regardless of how his third attempt goes. However, I don't believe that he will.
It just...
The jinx curse continues.
Yeah, wow.
The curse continues, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was
did
so
not mean
quick
that.
off the chest, and just as he was getting to the lockout, it just didn't. It stopped.
That transition from primarily chest to primarily triceps is where a lot of people fail. Now, it comes at different heights in your movement depending on how you're built and your grip, etc. But it does mean that Jack Meredith, regardless of how his third lift goes, will take away the bench medal today. Now, that is...
I'm sure that won't deter him because he probably wants this 3 red bench.
Absolutely. I mean, he's opted for 10 kilo jumps every time.
And based on how his second moved, I think a 10 kilo jump is completely reasonable.
I think it will be one to watch. Let's see. Again, nice and controlled to the chest. Going for a soft touch, and he presses. He continues. That is a very, very strong performance.
And 3 white lights.
I mean...
And what a way to conclude bench press.
A truly remarkable performance when you know that his best bench in competition is 177 kilos. So he's only 2 kilos off.
And that bench would have been probably much higher body weight?
I believe so, yes.
So to cut that weight and still end up with...
very
good bench.
Nearly the same as you had before is very, very impressive, and he should definitely be proud of himself, as I am sure he is.
Anyway, now we will be moving into another 10-minute break before we head into deadlifts.
Very strong conclusion on bench.
But deadlifts often exciting, so I would not go anywhere.
All right.
In 10 minutes. for deadlifts. Some people's favourite, some people's most exciting, but we know it's about to see some big pulls here as we get kicked off with 70 kilos from Amy Young here. As she kicks us off with 3 white lights, textbook attempt, and a perfect start to deadlifts. As we move on to 85 kilos for Georgia, as she for her opening attempt. As the spotters and loaders currently use one of the greatest inventions to powerlifting history, the deadlift jack.
Absolutely crucial when you're deadlifting any sort of weight on a calibrated plates, isn't it?
Oh, just any weight in general, to be honest. Recently I was training at a gym without a deadlift jack and it makes me miss one. And that was a very clean opening attempt. Often you can see with attempts like this about somehow they go so quickly at the top they get a little speed wobble at the top, and which results in them getting a no lift because it obstacles them to fall forward, creating downward movement. Because as we are on the deadlift, you just get one command, which is the down command. Once you are fully locked out, shoulders rolled back, knees locked.
Absolutely, this is not like strongman where you can rest it on your knees and do whatever to get it up. This is very strict, so it sometimes is almost quite hard to see what the refs are giving you. But
there's a fine line, because often
Very.
Rolling the bar up, you get slow. If your knees come forward and it looks like you're assisting the bar and ramping, it might end up being ruled as a no lift because of that. Anyway, now Shun leading us into triple digits already with 105 kilos for her opening attempt. Opting for the sumo stance, as we often get a mixture between sumo and conventional, which certainly divides certain opinions on which one's better.
of course, I think you usually find that she's got quite a narrow stance sumo, actually, what some people call the frog stance.
Yeah, often more common amongst those who are more squat specialists. They can use their quads as much as they possibly can.
So usually among lighter lifters there is a very strong sumo dominance, and then as you go up to the weight classes it usually shifts a little bit to the heavier classes where there is usually a conventional dominance. So again, for anyone who is unsure, a sumo stance, like Kirsty is looking to do right now, is where you're grabbing the bar inside of your legs, and conventional is the opposite, where your hands go outside your legs. Now most people will opt for sumo as it lets you cut a little bit of range of motion. However, some people call sumo just easier, which I don't think is entirely true.
No, I believe it certainly depends on the person.
Absolutely, and it relies on different strengths, it relies on different technique. I don't know if they're entirely comparable. Quite a lot of people don't find that sumo is stronger for them. I mean, a lot of people find the sumo stronger, but I think people tend to go for sumo as a default, assuming that it's stronger, which I think does a disservice to conventional lifting, which is what Kaylee, I think, will demonstrate for us just now.
Last Cardiff versus Swansea Varsity, she was a sumo puller. So
interesting
it
to
must have recently
see.
changed.
Well, she deadlifted 112 then, so
And opening heavier now, so it must have worked for her, and that was very clean. Maybe good coaching call, good client. Maybe it was some Millie Lift magic.
I mean,
call there.
she seems to be getting into a very good groove because she's gotten a long-awaited PB on squat, as well as bench. And it looks like she's broken past a barrier on deadlift as well. So
Excellent.
She's making progress really all across the board, which is very, very good. And
I think it was Mitchell Hooper did an interesting take on the conventional sumo divide recently.
Interesting, okay.
He came to the conclusion that if you're using a deadlift bar, sumo is cheating. But on a stiff bar like we do use in the IPF, it doesn't create too much of a difference.
obviously, Yeah, the difference with deadlift bar is that it bends a lot more, so
Yes.
that by the time that the plates actually come off the floor, you are a good 2/3, if not more, of the way along your lift. So you see this in the US and the USAPL a lot more, where they will use very, very bendy bars, and you see the plates come off, I'd say, what, 4 inches off the ground, which
Yeah.
definitely doesn't help the reputation of sumo. But we will see. We will see if sumo wins today.
Yes, that is true.
We also had an interesting comment on YouTube talking about the elbow depth rule and expressing that they weren't so much in favour of it. And I can understand that it's controversial.
Yeah, completely.
I personally think that it somewhat made sense because, in my opinion, a lot of high-level benches for smaller lifters, especially, was almost turning it into a flexibility competition
Yeah.
over a strength competition. Because at roughly equal strength, someone that can arch more will absolutely be benching
Yeah,
more.
of course.
So I understand why they committed to that. And there is also the fact to consider that the IPF is, I believe, trying to push for Olympic representation of powerlifting. And whether it be a good thing or not, the Olympics is a lot about aesthetics and kind of wider viewer coverage. So I think they were of the mind that someone who's never heard of powerlifting before, seeing someone do a bench with an incredibly strong arch would look a bit confusing and not
Yeah.
would put people off, I think.
You often see, everyone knows, lots of people will know what a bench press is, but they will often,
Absolutely.
and like just regular gym bros will often then dislike people with the high arch benches, because
course.
just like people like that view sumo, it often see as cheating.
Yeah.
But
I think that, yeah, I think
but
that is
it's a
unfounded.
certain viewpoint, but once again, it's a strength sport. You're looking to push as much weight as humanly possible.
And
You're not looking for engagement on the muscles as such. Your main objective is biggest weight on bar.
Of course, and most amount of weight lifted within the specific set of rules, so it makes sense that people will try and push rules to the absolute limit, and when rules are changed, they will then move to a different strategy. Every sport with a very strong rule set, like Formula One, for example,
Yes.
is that's quite common, where part of the game is how can we exploit the rules. Now, some people would say that takes away from the sportsmanship a bit, but I wouldn't agree.
Yeah. But obviously, starting with deadlifts, we're seeing a mixture of sumo and conventional. Alex, conventional, making light work of her 132.5 kilo opener now.
And to be fair, between there we go, jumping for joy, very happy with her lift.
Nice to see.
And between the wide stance conventional and the narrow stance sumos we're seeing, there's not a lot of difference, actually.
There's often different sticking points and different advantage and disadvantages to both, because often sumo, it's like break the floor is incredibly difficult. Once you've broken the floor, that's where you've like, pretty much we've got the lift now. But with conventional, it's a lot easier to break the floor, but then it's once you get past the knees, that's when it starts to get difficult.
Of course, and you have the problem of, I think for a lot of people on sumo, it's almost easier to hitch a little bit because you're where your knees are placed.
Yes.
But it also puts a lot more strain on your hips than conventional does, and you're loaded in a very different way, so they're almost not comparable.
Sumo puts a lot more strain on your quads and your legs, whereas conventional is often a bit more, pushes a lot more of the focus into your lower back.
Yeah. Kaylee was very strong,
Very
155 right there. That is our heaviest opener, and she made very quick work of it. I mean, I suppose that goes to show in this flight that the heaviest deadlift so far has been conventional, and quite easily so. So clearly, it's not a one-sided race.
It's about what works for different people as well. Some people might not have the sort of hip mobility to get into a sumo stance.
Yep.
Whereas but then again, it just depends on who you are.
Absolutely.
And that concludes our opening attempts for deadlifts, as we now move on to second attempts, with Amy taking a 5 kilo jump to 75 kilos now.
And that would be a deadlift PB for her.
Very impressive. And a deadlift PB moving like that. Very clean.
I mean, there's a lot left in there. I think she will be,
Absolutely.
even if she gets a much bigger PB in training soon, I think that's definitely coming.
The classic YOLO pull after a competition.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, every lift, the third attempt is always the kind of go for it attempt, but deadlift even more so because this is the absolute last chance you have to get the most amount of points, the most amount of kilos. So you will often see some very strong pulls on your third attempt, and that is when you often see the strongest audience participation.
Oh yeah, everyone gets up for a third deadlift.
Absolutely. I mean, Welsh Championships this year had the whole crowd clapping in rhythm for some of the attempts.
You arguably hit lift of the day for that. I remember that.
Thank you very much. I was very happy with that. Very long grind on that one.
Oh yeah, makes it just that much better though.
Absolutely.
That much better feeling.
Your bar is loaded.
Now we move on to Bethany with 102.5 kilos on the bar for a solid second attempt. Those who are not familiar, lifters will often use talc on their legs, which helps the bar slide up a lot easier, especially towards the lockout.
Absolutely. Now you are, as per the rules, not allowed to rest the bar on your legs. However, a good deadlift, the bar should always be in contact. For conventional at least, the bar should pretty much be in contact with your legs most of the way through, save for your knees. But it helps it glide up, and so you will see a lot of the contestants have very white legs today, which the platform crew will of course love, as it takes forever to clean up.
Yes, so, and any lifter can request to clean the bar whenever they like.
That's true.
And they will clean it at the end of each round of attempts for first and second deadlifts, and then for third deadlifts they will clean the bar after every single attempt.
And of course you've got two substances that kind of work in opposite ways, with chalk on your hands for grip and talcum on your legs for less friction, so you definitely don't want to get those confused.
Oh yeah,
Although
that's two very opposite functions they provide.
I do wonder actually if training with talcum powder on your hands instead of chalk to increase grip strength is maybe a good strategy or not.
It's certainly a strategy, I'll give you that.
It may not be a winning strategy, but it certainly is one.
Yes. See now with Kirsty up next, another 7.5 kilo jump with 117.5 kilos for her second attempt.
I mean, this would, if she gets this, would smash past her current best deadlift. And again, she, oh, there we go. She makes light work
Very
of that.
impressive.
I was talking to her earlier, and she actually had to compete in bench only for a while because she got injured while deadlifting. She injured a small muscle in
That's often,
in her lower chain.
unfortunately, it is often a case with a lot of bench athletes. They're either just genetically gifted for bench or have suffered an injury in a sport that has
pushed them that way. Yeah.
caused them to be a bench lever.
So it's incredibly refreshing to see that she's come. This is her comeback tour, as it were, and she has already smashed past her best deadlift almost by, 15 kilos, which is very impressive.
Very successful comeback tour so far as well, only missing her third bench, which has only lost her 2.5 kilos, claiming a record by the looks of it on the way as well.
I mean,
Lifting cast is to believe.
from what I can see, she's absolutely sailed past her squat record, matched her bench PB, and sailed past her deadlift so far. So very good competition overall.
And Kaylee with 122.5 gets 3 white lights. A bit more work than her opener, but that is to be expected considering it is a second attempt after all. But she'll be reasonably happy with that, and could possibly push around a 130 mark, I would say, for her third attempt. As we move on to Laura now, jumping to 125 kilos for her second attempt.
Which would also, again, be a PB for her.
As they're just cleaning the bar down as well for this one.
That's it, yeah. Definitely hard on the nerves, a strong deadlift, because you have to really just stick with it. I mean, I think I've said that for every lift so far, so
Just a
maybe
tough
it's just the sport in general. Maybe it's just the sport in general.
Laura makes light work of that one, to be honest.
I think she might struggle with resting on the legs. Now, she's fine for now. I think that might be a problem later. I hope not.
Sometimes it can get to an issue when the weights get heavier.
Absolutely.
The technique starts to deteriorate a little more.
Yeah.
Because naturally it's heavier, using more and less focus and stuff like that. But you never know. We'll have to wait and see.
Of course, hope to be wrong.
Yes, of course.
All right, Sophie, who was, I think, lift of the day contender, if not outright winner so far.
And has got 125 kilos in the bar, dropping 10 kilos from her opening deadlift.
Should match her current best as well.
Very impressive on the second.
Oh, that is a very easy lift. Very nice.
Very clean.
A lovely second attempt, 3 white lights.
Deadlift, I think, is a lift that a lot of beginners very much struggle to do in a way that feels comfortable for them. And I think a really big part of that is where your hips sit in terms of height. You'll see a lot of people either have the hips way too high, in which case their legs kind of don't do anything, or have squat way too low and have their hips rise before.
Which often can be a result of that can cause a lot of injuries, and also just more of an insufficient technique, because it's just a lot of energy usage and takes a lot of the other acting muscles out of the equation.
Now, I'm sure Kelly will be able to demonstrate what I'm talking about just here if you watch her hips as she lifts.
It's a very impressive
very
quick.
Good. Now, if you were observing that, you can see that her hips do not rise before she pulls. So some people will get in position to pull and then start pulling, but their hips will rise because they're too low. So she was in the perfect position to get the most strength out of that lift. And it shows because she absolutely ripped that off the floor.
A very clean lockout, just overall a solid deadlift, and that's what can happen when you
Very
get
solid.
you get your technique right.
Exactly.
And White sticky off the floor, but locks it out.
Managed it just fine.
And that's another case of sumo being quite difficult off the floor, but I feel like that's just an issue with her. I feel like it'd be quite a fix of just pushing a bit more through the legs.
Yep.
Just to get that off the floor originally, and then continuing that push throughout until lockout.
I mean, Tahira's doing very, very well today.
Oh yeah. Now Alex with 145 kilos for her second attempt, moving pretty good.
That's pretty well. There's definitely some left in there. Very happy with her performance today, which is definitely deserved.
Oh, absolutely. She's been very, very happy after every successful attempt, which is always nice.
Great.
When you put in the work and it pays off on the platform.
It's very. It's always nice to see someone very visually happy with what they're doing.
Anyway, moving on to Ashling with 155 kilos, taking 10 kilo jump from her opening attempt. Quite a wide stance sumo.
Yeah, so this is more standard for what you see in a lot of competitions where your toes are nearly touching the plates. Now obviously you have to mind your feet when you bring the weight down, but that's just part of the game. See, a little bit slow off the floor, but
and a very quick lockout.
Of course, it's a strong lockout.
And pretty good lift again. Very simple. This is that wide stance sumo. It's going to be a bit difficult, more difficult off the floor, but I guess it does mean there is less ROM involved, which is, I think, what we've been over already. It's just
definitely
what you want in powerlifting. If you go, oh yeah, let me train. Oh, technique. Let me fix my technique. How can I remove as much range of motion as possible?
That's definitely a way that a lot of people go for. Now Kaylee had a very strong first attempt, and that looked about the same difficulty.
See, that's what you get with conventional, less technical, more just rip it off the floor, straight down to business pull.
That's a very no-nonsense strong pull, which gives her a record total for today. So along with a record squat, she scores a record total, which is very, very good. Only on her second attempt, so she can only go up from here.
Great performance that is so far. as that caps off the second round of deadlifts as we move on to third and final deadlifts.
We are now strongly going to be in YOLO pull territory, which is always very fun to watch.
This is where the crowd starts to get up on their feet and you can really hear them.
We will try not to shout, as that will definitely clip the mics, but we'll do our best.
Naomi coming up for 80 kilos. It's incredibly focused on that bar. The intent you give to each weight is incredibly important as well. She locks out, and I
there
do
might
worry a
be
little
some
bit
resting on the legs.
And she gets 3 white
very
lights.
good.
I was a bit worried that she lost a little balance at the top. I saw her
Yes.
feet shift slightly.
I must say, I respect the dedication to bring not only matching socks but also matching shoes.
Oh wow!
Very committed to the outfit, and as committed to her deadlift, which is very good.
Incredibly impressive. Hitting him in the J's.
Absolutely.
And shows what I know about refereeing again. And like I mentioned earlier, we now on to third round of deadlifts. We'll be cleaning the bar after every single attempt, just to make sure that every lifter has the best possible chance of hitting that attempt, because you don't want any leftover talc on the bar where you might be gripping the weight, because a lot of sumo pullers have. And that's a good lift from Georgia.
Very
100
nice.
kilos third attempt. 3 white lights and caps off a brilliant day for her.
Very committed to that lockout. You often see people pulling in an exaggerated fashion as far back as they can to make sure that they get those shoulders back and these locked out marks from the refs. Again, that is another example of making sure that the refs have nothing to penalise you on.
And now clean the bar down again. This is just because often sumo pullers will often have talc on the inside of their legs as well.
Yep.
Which will then leave talc on sort of the sentinel of the bar where people will be gripping the bar, which you don't want to be gripping talc on the bar.
That would be a disaster for whoever comes up after you. Again, committed to a conventional stance deadlift.
So definitely pulling 110 kilos very smoothly for a third attempt.
I will have to say, that is
And 3 white lights, a good attempt.
that is a very solid deadlift form.
We're still yet to miss a deadlift in flight A.
Very impressive. Now, we said this on bench about the same time as now, and then had quite a lot of misses. So we'll see where this goes.
Hopefully I have not jinxed her.
The commentary curse is yet to strike.
Hope it stays that way. Now Chan up next, we've taken a conservative 2.5 kilo jump to 112.5 kilos. A narrow narrow deadlift stance. We're squatting her deadlift, which works for some people. Wearing wrist wraps on her deadlift as well, which is certainly an uncommon technique.
Yes. So I believe she's wearing what looks to be long wrist wraps. Now, what they can do, because they're very long and very stiff. You can just hear the crowd.
Unlucky. It was a good fight to get that off the floor originally. But
Failing
just lost
very,
at the
very
knees.
close to the top. Now, to elaborate on the wrist wraps, stiff wrist wraps, and they're quite long. If you wrap them tight enough, can almost lock your hand in some sort of claw position, where it's almost impossible to let go, which some people find helps them with the grip.
That might be a stability choice as well.
It's possible as well. So it's not a common strategy, but some people like to get every single chance they can get, and that's quite respectable.
I mean,
why would you not?
exactly. You want to get as big an advantage possible to build the biggest total possible, and whatever advantage you can get, you'll take it. And now we move on to Kirsty, getting up to 122.5 kilos for her third deadlift.
We should, give her a 20 kilo PB, which I don't think I have to explain is very significant.
Pretty big.
Now again, opting for wrapping her belt backwards.
Which is more common on deadlifts, and it's
Very
a very
strong
good fight to break the floor.
Very good fight off the floor, and she follows through with that.
3 white lights and a good lift.
Very good.
Yeah, you often see lifters opt for either a thinner belt or like going a lighter belt hole
Yep.
on deadlifts, just because of people often find the belt gets in the way a bit.
It
from
can
when
do.
they're
It
setting
definitely
up,
can
or
do.
she's a bit too clunky. So like you often see him squat with an 13mm SPD and then swap to like a 10mm or like a prong belt for
So
deadlifts.
that's possible. I mean, that would be a heavy investment, as SPD belts are over 200 pounds a pop now.
Yes.
So if anyone listening or watching is looking for one, I would very much suggest going on sites like eBay or getting a second-hand one, because that is a lot of money. It's a
Yeah.
very, very good belt, but
Oh,
that is
yeah,
a
of
lot of
course.
money.
Now we have Kaylee for her third and final deadlift of 127.5.
Which again is a very significant PB. That's 15 kilos.
And gets
Long, long road to the lockout, but it looks like she gets it done.
It's 3 white lights. It's a good lift, and she is happy with that, and as she should be. Very good lift.
That is a long road to lockout, but fair play to her.
And that is a showing of good strength, but also talc help being an advantage there.
Very true.
As we move on to 130 kilos for Laura. 5 kilo jump from her second attempt.
So it'd be a 12.5 kilo PB for her. So again, very significant.
To cap off a strong day.
Very nice, very strong.
3 white lights is a good lift.
There's a very good show of how to end the day. I mean, she's ended with a very big squat PB, very significant bench PB, and a very significant deadlift PB. I mean, she's increased her total by quite a lot.
Strong day.
Definitely very good to see. I mean, that's what this is to a lot of people, is a checkpoint, is a way to check, you know, has what I've been doing working.
Exactly, where your strength's at, and also just have a fun day out, to be honest.
Yeah, good proving ground. It's what makes these events so fun.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Now Sophie with 132.5 kilos, taking her time with her setup, making sure to get it right.
Of course,
always
lift is
good.
60 seconds to make an attempt, and an attempt she does make.
Very impressive.
I mean, that's a very good attempt.
3 white lights, can't complain.
Yeah, that's again a
And
strong PB.
An incredibly strong day from Sophie. Capping off with an 8 for 9 day, with the only attempt missed was her bench, which she didn't come out for, so...
You know what?
I
You
guess
miss all the shots you don't take,
Exactly.
and that's the only ones that she did miss.
I guess you can say it was an 8 for 8 day.
I would
really
accept
cope
that,
with
yeah.
it, but
I would count that.
yeah. And now Tahira comes out for taking a conservative 2.5 kilo jump for her third attempt now. Obviously she's just lining up the bar in place. A lot of lifters, obviously the bar can roll around a bit and they just want it to align straight so they can make sure they get their setup right.
I do this as well. I really rely on visual cues to align myself. Very hard fight off the floor, but can she finish it?
It's a grind and she's got it.
It looks like she can.
And gets 2 to 1.
That's very, very good work. I mean, that was that was an absolute battle off the floor, but no battle too great.
Especially once it's on the floor, it can seem more daunting to try and be like, oh, I haven't even broke the floor.
It really does feel like you're pulling forever.
And now so obviously it can be a bit more of a mental fight, but once you break that floor, it's certainly giving patience off the floor and a new meaning. Now it's Kelly taking a 10 kilo jump to 150 kilos for what would be a huge deadlift for her.
Doing a little arm shake to just loosen everything and get everything ready to perform.
Try and make those arms as long as possible.
That's the one. And it really does seem to pay off. That is a grind.
And locks it out.
And I really hope the refs will agree that that is a
that's 3 white
that
lights.
is a lift
Good
worth
lift
giving.
today.
Very, very, very impressive work today.
Impressive lift.
I mean, I'm a big proponent for the Fed letting us do post-lift interviews, and I think this would be one for that.
That would be very much fun.
I'll be very happy to run around with a mic asking people questions about how their lift went.
Oh, that would be a lot of fun. I'm sure the viewers would love that as well.
Absolutely.
Just to see the adrenaline caffeined uplifters talk about their day and such.
Yes,
Passionate
absolutely.
ways as well.
I think that would be quite fun.
And I'd imagine everyone would love talking about it because often if you're good at something, you like talking about it.
Of course. Who doesn't love a bit of yapping every now and then?
Exactly. Now Alex, 155 kilos, just breaks the floor.
A little bit too far for her.
Unfortunately, just too heavy. But you can bow to the crowd.
Capping off a very strong day for her.
Very strong day. And a very impressive day.
More than
Her
deserved.
spirits weren't too broken at the end there.
Absolutely.
Giving recognition to the crowd.
And that's always a nice move to go for.
Exactly.
And that is something people will find if they've not been to powerlifting competition before, is just how supportive everyone is. Seeing as you're more competing alongside other people rather than competing against other people.
Especially at this level,
Of course.
everyone here is just going out to do the best they can.
Yep.
It's all about having their best day, not trying to beat anyone.
Absolutely, and it means anyone, regardless of who they've come here to support, will cheer you on if you show up for a good fight.
It just creates a nice, welcoming atmosphere.
That's true.
And Aisling was a really strong 162.5 kilo
Ripping
deadlift.
off the
Gets
floor.
3 white lights and caps off a 9 for 9 day by the looks of it.
Now that is remarkable.
A perfect day, 9 for 9.
And it looks like she got a PB in every single lift as well. So that is...
You actually can't ask for a better day for
That
that.
is a perfect day. Now we've got our final deadlift of Flight A. We have Kaylee Phillips, who will be looking to take home the best deadlift so far, and will be looking to make a point, maybe the conventional deadlift.
She can straighten out the business for the rest of her deadlift, walk on the platform, pull the weight, walk off the platform.
I mean, that
She's done it again today. Done it again here, wow.
that is a very efficient deadlift. She knows what she's here for.
And
Gonna
it's
get
3
there
white lights.
and lift that weight. Very,
Good
very
lift,
good.
good day, another 9 for 9 lifter.
All right,
Perfect day.
there we go.
Moving on to Flight B for deadlift.
As we now move on straight on to Flight B deadlifts. As the spotting crew change around, so they all have a bit raced. We see good old Meatball walking on there with his old famous water jug. Got to give a good shout out to that old trooper that's been through the trenches with him. As we have Michelle kicking us off Flight B with 100 kilos, which she is one of the people doing the trend of breaking a record on every attempt, as this is also a sub-junior 84 plus Welsh record. Incredibly impressive stuff from her today.
I mean, not only this, but she might be on the way to break 4 records today, as this would give her a total record as well. She would claim squat, bench, deadlift, and total as well, which would be a very dominating performance. And I mean, she just does it effortlessly, so...
That was easy. Just gets it on the board. 3 white lights. Can't complain at that.
Absolutely not.
As Flight A saw us with only 2 missed deadlifts in the entire flight. Hopefully that trend of just hitting lifts continues with this flight. As we move on to Shannon's opener of 120 kilos.
The bar is loaded.
Now let's see how our final female lifter of the day gets on. And on she does get.
And that was pretty comfortable.
I mean, you couldn't really ask for an easy lift, could you?
No, just very comfortable. Exactly how you'd want an opener to move.
making it move definitely like an opener, and like it's no big deal at all.
Exactly. Now we move on to Bledden, who takes 125 kilos for his opening deadlift.
Bledden, your bar is loaded.
A very fast deadlift. And 3 white lights. Three lifts, deadlifts into the flight, 3 incredibly comfy deadlifts. It's a great start.
The odds is going for 157.5 kilos now.
All right, big jump on the next deadlift, over 30 kilos difference.
That will be Piotr as well, taking 157.5 for his
Your
opener.
bar is loaded.
Another conventional lifter.
And another quick, comfortable deadlift.
Makes a quick work of that.
It's 2 to 1. It's a yellow from the side referee there. But he's still a good lift.
Yellow on a deadlift would be, I mean, maybe command. Jumping the down command, I suppose.
Possibly, yeah.
I think resting it on a leg would be a blue light, and up and down movement would also be a blue light.
Your bar is loaded.
Now Adam Collins lining up for 167. And he makes very quick work of that.
That was fast.
That is a very textbook
3 white lights.
conventional deadlift.
Very clean.
Very strong technique on that.
Up next, 160 kilos being loaded onto your bar.
As we move on to Finn Collins with 180 kilos for his opener.
Your bar is loaded.
Seen quite a lot of conventional pullers in this flight.
That's true. Maybe maybe there is a bit of a conventional counter movement to the sumo dominance of late. And I mean, to be fair, I'm seeing quite a lot of long-limbed lifters,
Yeah, pretty
which
textbook.
3 white lights, that was a good lift. Well done. Kaylin is going for 200 kilos.
As we move on, as we break the 200 barrier,
All
and we're
right.
still on opening deadlifts with
Yeah.
Callan.
Alan,
we are moving into big boy territory now. Callan is
Yes.
being called, rushed to the stage as he is currently on the other side of the building.
is on his way.
Maybe mistimed his warm-ups. Let's hope that doesn't affect him too much.
There he
He's
is.
still got plenty of time to get on and get going.
He's still got a good 40 odd seconds left
Plenty of time.
as he sets up.
Again, another conventional puller,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's true.
Going for opting for a mixed grip, which is quite common for conventional pullers.
And Nick's pretty comfortable. Probably a bit more work than you'd want from an opener,
Interesting.
but
His
a good lift.
his legs seem to he seems to have some knee valgus, which is usually something you see on squat, which is quite interesting. Hopefully that doesn't hinder him in future. That was a good clean work.
That was a good lift, yeah. But yeah, like you say, opting for a mixed grip. One of the 2 grips that he often used. Like, obviously more ways to grip the button too, but it's often mixed and hook grip are the ones that
That's the
people
one.
choose for.
I think a hook grip is less popular as it does hurt your hands quite a lot. Once you get
Yeah.
used to it, it's completely fine, but it does take its toll on your thumbs.
Yeah, it has actually ruined my thumbs, but
So you will hear stories of people having ripped skin from their
Yes.
thumbs. Never happened to me personally, but maybe I just don't lift enough weight.
let's go with the argument you've just got stronger thumbs.
I'm a big hand moisturizer warrior,
Ah,
so big proponent of that. And it's served me right as I've never ripped any skin on deadlift. So
but yeah, hook grip, for those who don't know, is where you sat with the thumb in between the bar and your hands. So if the bar gets dropped, it will take the skin of your thumb with it.
That's true. It adds an extra contact point because your fingers are wrapped around your thumb, and as far as I've experienced it, it creates a vice grip, and it has never failed me personally. But I actually go for a mixed grip now because I just find it a bit easier.
Yeah. It's less torture on the thumbs.
It's just less to think about, I think.
Yeah, it's quite technical when you get down to it.
And also, seeing as every time you get back into it, it does hurt for a couple of weeks. It puts me off going back to it.
The only issue with mixed grip, often people find some imbalances with it, like
now
especially against the trap.
That's a debated topic in sports and exercise science fields for powerlifting, where a lot of people that have looked at evidence on that say that there's no discernible imbalance. Now, the main problem I actually do find with mixed grip deadlift is when people aren't stable enough for the weight that they're pulling, and it makes them twist towards their overhand hand, which obviously is not great.
It's quite a technical fault.
And that is
something that Pavan has not suffered with a comfortable 230 opener.
I mean, this is what you can see with very long-limbed lifters such as Pavan here, where some of them might suffer with a range of motion on bench, but absolutely do make it back on deadlift because that was a breezy 230 opener.
You often hear the stories of the deadlift specialist. You'll see rock up to the gym to pull your subtotal with their knuckles dragging on the floor.
Absolutely, yes. The orangutan subtype.
Yes.
Okay, James Chubb getting ready, fighting with his belt a little bit before getting onto the platform.
But we have another 230 opener.
And will it be another?
And he's just not pulled his deadlift socks up.
I see.
Which he'll be doing now.
Now, rules do state normally that you must have socks coming up to your knees or slightly above, which I'm not sure is being enforced. I think I've seen quite a few lifters without them. I don't think it's a massive difference personally.
And he's got to rush a bit. As he's only got 10 seconds left, but he gets it up and locks
very,
it out.
Very quick work of that. Again, 230 opener.
Yeah. But deadlift socks are a requirement for deadlifts. Just the main issue is so people don't cut their shins on the bar and basically bleed on the bar, which could cause a lot of unwanted infections.
Yes, absolutely. I have had to see people clean blood off the bar before.
Yes.
It's not pretty. But we are starting with our last opener for Corey Bamford. Now, this is a very strong deadlift to open with because we have got 265 kilos on the bar, which, again, to remind you people watching, is his opener. So let's see what he makes of this.
We call him a deadlift specialist almost.
I mean, a 235 kilo squat, I would call him an everything specialist at this rate. Okay, opting for a sumo technique.
Probably looking to push past that 5 red mark with his second attempt.
That would be very cool, wouldn't it?
If this moves as planned as an opener, which it certainly does.
And it really does.
Slow down a little towards lockout, and he's just let go of the bar, I think, a lot. Did he drop it in time?
Seems to be...
He did.
Oh, okay.
That's 2-1. And
now,
he gets a yellow from the side ref, which I do believe was because he dropped the bar.
Now,
because the rule does state that you must be in control of the bar once
it.
you receive the down command all the way to the floor. So you can't just let go of the bar.
Nope.
But obviously the ref saw that he had control of it towards the bottom, and that's when he let go. But I think his face said that the same as what the side ref probably thought. But
now that is, I think, will be in contention for strongest deadlift of the day.
oh, for sure.
Especially seeing as no opener is that close. So we will see how he gets on with that. And we're going to be getting the near to the 300 mark today, which is a very, very, very impressive deadlift.
As now we move on to the second attempts of this flight, with Michelle Moot jumping 5 kilos, 115 for another record attempt.
I mean, she's claimed quite literally every record she possibly could. She's just going to look to extend her own records now.
And extend is what she's done. As she receives 3 white lights, good lift. She'll probably look to extend that record further on her third to cap off an incredibly impressive day. Just missing her third bench house so far. Anyways, we move on to Shannon now with 127.5 kilos on the bar.
Your bar is loaded, Shannon.
Unlocks that next red, which is always a good milestone. And another fairly comfortable deadlift for Shannon. And 3 white lights across the group. Good lift. As we kickstart the second attempts, just as we did the first, with very comfortable. As now we have Bledden taking a 10 kilo jump to his second attempt now of 135 kilos.
I mean, I think, yeah, his opener was very comfortable, so that seems to be a fairly reasonable. I usually personally aim for 10 to 15 kilo jumps on deadlift, so
Yeah,
I think that's quite a
certainly.
common move.
20 if it moves extra good.
Of course, that does move extra good, to be
That's
fair.
very nice. He's got very. Bledden's deadlift technique is almost just as strong as his squat technique.
That's
as well.
true, yeah.
He's a very, very good technical lifter. Which, of course, is going to pay off in the total if you've got good technique.
Definitely.
We now move on to Piotr, taking a 10 kilo jump to 167.5. We're looking to push into the 3 red range today for his deadlift. Strong support behind him today as well.
Very good to see. Be looking to get his back tensioned up to keep that bar nice and stable. Oh, and he's also got similar knee cave to Callan, I believe it is.
And
Now it doesn't seem to get in his way, so as long as that's the case, not a problem.
still a sub-junior lifter as well.
Very true,
So
very
he's
true.
got plenty of time to improve. And performance a very good lifter.
And to be fair, it's not like we're even looking at bad numbers at all, is it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Forming a
So-
very healthy total for himself now. Obviously getting a opening deadlift on the board, like all our lifters did on this flight, means you have officially registered a total on the board.
Very true, and if you want to qualify for, say, World Championships next year, that's easy enough to do. Some people will be looking to qualify for Brits, either bench only or full power, and quite a few people will have made that today, I think,
And very impressive start.
and I think Adam Collins will be one of them.
Yeah, with now the junior qualifying totals that stay as they are, but the open ones, people now have to win their Welsh champs,
That's
Southern
correct,
qualifier,
yes.
Northern qualifiers, or just, I think it was ranked top 3
See,
last year, to qualify for open, so there's no longer a qualifying total.
yes, it's I guess, I'm not sure what you call that, but you're right, the qualifying procedure for Open Brits Championship has tightened recently, I think, to account for the rising competition, which is not the case so far for equipped powerlifting. So if you want a fun time and get to Brits, hopefully, then equipped powerlifting might be the move.
I do prefer the new qualifying method though. It just streamlines it so you do get the best of the best at the best competition in the country.
It makes it seem more prestigious and definitely
Yes,
an even
exactly.
bigger deal to make it to Brits.
Exactly. And Finn Collins has just pulled a solid 195 kilo second attempt, which moves very comfortably.
I think people might not realise the stakes at play when it comes to qualifying for the British Championship,
Yes.
because people might think, well, it's just a national championship. What's the big deal? But it is a very tough competition to enter.
Because you get
And
the best and the best of the best around the country, and
let me tell you, there are some very, very, very strong people.
on the and especially when we get to international, Great Britain is certainly one of the bigger nations when it comes to powerlifting,
Absolutely.
with often our lifters getting towards the top level of the country, or the world
Callum
even.
struggling to get the weight off the floor. It'll be a no lift for him, unfortunately. Still walking away so far with a 200 kilo deadlift, which is absolutely not too shabby.
I'm sure he'll come back into his second attempt with more intent. And
That's
give that another go.
it looks like it's a rallyable lift. I think
Yeah.
there's a good chance they can come back and make this happen for him.
Yeah.
Tom, your bar is loaded.
Now
yes,
we go
good.
to Tom with 225 kilos.
Going back to national athletes, if anyone watching ever gets the chance to train at Crayford Weights Gym in East London, then definitely do, because you will see some of the strongest people in the country,
Yes.
and that is a very, very high bar to clear.
Yes, you'll see a lot of strong people throwing there.
I've seen people loading up more reds than I thought was reasonable to squat, and squatting it at a very breezy pace.
Oh, yeah. Just makes the Open Championships that much better. The Open Nationals. Obviously, if you're strong enough, it's a pathway to qualify for internationals such as Worlds, Euros, and represent GB on the international level, which is probably a dream of every single lifter here, probably.
That's true. I mean, I think our biggest rivalry at the moment is with the US, who have a very strong all-round team. A lot of other nations specialize in specific weight classes. France, for example,
Yeah.
has a very, very strong roster of lightweight lifters, but a lot less presence in the heavier weight categories. Whereas a team like the US and GB have very strong athletes all around.
Yeah, you see often. To be fair, GB's struggled recently with top level, sort of like 66 and 74s.
That's true.
But
Not
then
many.
Once you get, obviously, in the 83s is where we shine.
I think I believe Duran's is an 83.
Duran's an 83,
Yeah.
just competed in the World Games. Actually registered the second heaviest 83 kilo total.
If you're unfamiliar with Duran's Kengamu, definitely look at what he can do, because he's a freak of nature. And a very nice guy, by the sounds of
It was
it.
872.5. It was around that mark, I believe, he just held in World Games.
I remember his monumental deadlift, I believe it was at Worlds.
Yes,
last Worlds.
2024 to beat Ras.
Definitely one of the most iconic moments in modern powerlifting, I think,
Absolutely.
where he challenged his main rival to pull the win on his last deadlift.
Of course.
But back to our very own competition.
Yes, we have Pavan Deep now, loading at 245 kilos.
I think this is a very good example of someone very well built to deal with some deadlifts.
With the penultimate deadlift of second attempts here.
Let's see, he's got a very, very narrow leg stance, which some people, myself included, prefer. He's getting his brace ready, getting down to the bar, and making an absolute joke of it.
It was easy from him there.
I mean, that moved hardly slower than his opener, which was 15 kilos lighter, so he's well on his way to pull significantly above a quarter ton.
And that was a very nice second attempt from him as we move on to the final deadlift, the final second attempt deadlift, which is Corey, who jumps 10 to 275 kilos, getting an extra red on the bar for himself now, which is always a nice feeling.
I mean, look at that. That just looks nice, doesn't it?
It's just appealing to the eye to get just pure reds and a collar on there.
No, that is very nice. And the downside of calibrated plates is it doesn't make the weight look as impressive.
Yeah.
But when you start to get to a bar that looks heavy with calibrated plates, you know you are pulling some very, very big numbers. Now, we believe he got a red light from one of the side refs, so let's see if that gets fixed on this lift. And holding the suspense up.
Making sure he gets it right. And he's just lost his grip a little bit as he broke the floor.
That is quite frustrating, because it looks like he was on his way to move. Now, I'm looking at his hand at the moment. I can't see any injury or anything, so it doesn't look like he's ripped any skin.
That's good. It might have just been an overall grip problem. It flew off the floor and he just lost it there. But the good thing is he just shot. He didn't grind at lockout for a while, so he's not used up as much energy as say you would if you would grind it out to lift and dropped it at lockout.
I believe that he can work around his third attempt to maybe get that.
Absolutely.
I mean, that, again, contention for the heaviest deadlift of the day. I don't think there will be many that can get close to him, if maybe one or two people can aim to even get near to what he's pulling today.
That would certainly be impressive. Now we have Michelle coming out to kick off
On her final lift of the day, and what's been a very strong performance.
looking to extend her record that she set on her second even further. And just lost balance at the top, unfortunately. and could not lock out the lift. But an incredibly solid day all round, setting
Nonetheless.
a total deadlift, squat and bench record. I guess she can't have too many complaints with the day now.
It couldn't get much better unless she finds 50 quid on the ground in a car park,
Exactly.
which is also possible.
Yes. Anyways, we move on to the next lifter now. We've got Shannon looking to cap off so far 8 for 8 day with 132.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump from her second.
Can we see her go 9 for 9? That would be very impressive. Can she make it happen? It looks like yes.
What do the refs say? Three
That's
white
3
lights,
whites.
a good lift.
Very, very good. And that is a 9 for 9 day for her, which is, if you've never done a powerlifting competition, 9 for 9 is very respectable.
9 for 9 just signals perfect day. I was a bit worried at lockout. I thought her knees kind of lock and unlock.
I thought the refs might be seeing it resting on the leg, but that does not seem to be the case, which is great.
I do feel like it would have been a bit of a harsh call, more
That's
than
true.
anything.
Although we get some very harsh athletes, harsh judges, sorry, sometimes.
That's true. So it's nice to see. We always like to see lifts being given and athletes getting benefit of the doubt. Anyway, now we move on to Bleden's final pull, as he goes for 145 kilos, breaks the floor and locks it out with ease.
Makes a very, very good work of that.
Very comfortable and a very solid day for him as well. A lot of athletes having a very good day out.
175 kilos has been loaded for Piot's third attempt.
So we move on to Piotr, taking a 7.5 kilo jump up to his third deadlift of 175 kilos. Getting that extra red of 3 reds on the bar and a nice appealing look to the bar.
Which does just look nice.
Oh yes.
Your bar is loaded, go on Piotr.
And a big whiff of salt there just to go with it.
Out of the view of the audience and the cameras, as is protocol usually.
Yes. Unfortunately, just a bit too heavy for him there.
On the platform, well done.
But he gave everything. You can't complain at that.
Now we have Adam attempting.
I mean, a reminder that this is his first comp, so these are good numbers to be putting up for a first time.
Certainly a lot of good signs to take away from this competition for him.
And I mean, I think this is a sign, again, so if anyone watching is maybe debating doing a powerlifting comp in future, definitely do just go for it. I know some very, very strong people that would do very well, but just keep putting it off because they tell themselves that I have to be a certain amount of strength, I have to be able to do this or that, otherwise I shouldn't show up. And I really have to say I really do disagree with that. Coming here is an experience worth, its own time,
Oh yeah, it's just
regardless of how well you do.
Adam locks out 190 kilos for his third attempt. Gets 3 white lights and a good lift.
And that is 9 for 9 for him as well today.
Very impressive.
But as I was saying, nothing beats the platform.
And it doesn't matter how strong you are. It's about expressing your strength.
Doing it on the day,
Exactly.
getting those numbers down, and I think,
Expressing strength and also just having a great experience, to be honest.
and I mean, to be fair, a lot of competitions, a lot of divisionals like this have people of absolutely all levels, so regardless of where you come in, you will not feel, out of place.
It's a good way to compare your strength against similar people to yourself as well.
Absolutely.
And also just find like-minded individuals. As Finn comes out for 205 kilos with a very clean third attempt and a very nice hit. And to cap off a very good day. He was just missing his third squat, 8 for 9 day. A very good day.
Absolutely.
So we move on to Callum, retaking his second attempt of 207.5.
That's it. I mean, I personally would call anything above 6 for 9 a very good performance, so...
Oh yeah.
We can see him just getting ready, getting in that mental space that you need to pull the most that you can. Got the crowd getting behind him there.
As he is trying to hype himself up for this.
Absolutely. Oh, I think he can make it happen. I think he can make it happen.
He locks it out.
That is a very strong show.
And 3 white lights.
Very good job. Very good
And
job.
he is happy with that.
Very, very good job.
Very good lift from him.
235 kilos is being loaded for Sean's final leg.
Move on to Sean now, taking 235 kilos.
And to remind everyone who might have missed his previous attempt, Callan failed his second at the same weight, kind of off the floor a little bit, which is a hard one to come back from, because it usually is a lack of strength, which usually does not indicate well for your next attempts. However, he managed to make it work.
Good show of mental strength as well.
Absolutely.
To come back from that. Sean comes out for 235 kilos now. This would cap off a very strong day for him.
Again, a strong showing of the conventional pullers today, which is always refreshing to see.
Yeah, the conventional pullers having their day.
In higher level powerlifting, you don't tend to see conventional pullers until you get well into the 120s mark.
Unfortunately, he's just lost it at the knees there.
I think ran out of steam.
A good day.
I mean, he still walks away with a 227 deadlift, which is very, very respectable.
So he thanks the refs as he walks off, which is always good to see. It's a good sign of sportsmanship.
And I'm sure his handler, Big Thomas, will be happy with him.
Yeah, you can see his cute little smile from here.
There we go.
Now we have Tom taking a 10 kilo jump to 235 kilos for his third attempt.
I mean, he made quite light work of the previous one, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, he's made quite light work of every single attempt today. And
Ooh, slowing down at the lockout, but he does make it happen.
that trend continued until the lockout, where it slowed down a bit, but 3 white lights, and I guess it just slowed down a bit.
8 for 9 for him today, so still very, very
Pretty good
good.
day. It's a pretty good day.
250 kilos is being loaded on the bar for James.
Now with another 10 kilo jump, this time up to 250 kilos for James. They just clean the bar down ready.
Your bar is loaded, you've got this, James. Come on.
The crowd really getting behind them as we're on our final few deadlifts of Flight B.
True, these will be these lifters' last chance to prove their worth, to get kilos on the table, and to make progress. He makes quite good work of that.
Very quick lockout as well.
Very snappy.
3 white lights is a good lift.
And he is 9 for 9 today.
9 for 9,
Very
that's what we
strong.
like to see.
Very strong performance for a first competition.
Wow.
So hard to want any more from that.
He's lift like a veteran, so
It's worth mentioning that at this point, in the third deadlifts, these lifters are very, very tired. It takes a lot out of you to perform maximally like this, both physically and mentally. So these third deadlifts they're running on pure willpower at this point, basically.
Your bar is loaded, Mandy.
now we get onto our penultimate deadlift with 257.5 for Pavandeep.
Who will be looking to get very, very close to Corey's 265. Again, you can see a very, very narrow stance on his feet there. And a very no-nonsense. He just tightens up his lats and just gets on with it. And it's very remarkable because
He
there
makes
is
good work of it.
barely-
3 white lights.
barely a sign of any effort there.
Very clean. As we get that extra red loaded on, as Corey retakes his second attempt of 275 kilos, which he just lost
I believe
just
it
off
was.
the floor on his grip.
Yes, I believe it was a grip problem.
left
So
hand just gave out on him.
now this is a touchy one because if you've ripped skin, it can be very hard to mitigate that. But it doesn't appear that he has.
Huh.
But I'm not sure.
I also can't see him.
I can't see him either. So I'm unsure if he is showing up for this, but it doesn't appear that he is.
Well, they will let the clock run out either way, just to give the Flight C lifters a bit more of time to really recover from their last warm-ups. And yeah, no sign of him, so I guess he will just be leaving this there. He will take his very impressive 265 kilo deadlift and go home and cap off a pretty strong day for Corey. And with Corey's time running out there, we will swiftly move on to Flight C now, which is the final flight of the day with the final deadlift of the day. As the platform and ref crew just give us a quick swap around to make sure everyone has a good rest, which is always nice because it can be a grueling task out there spotting and loading and reffing mentally and physically. So as we move on to Flight C now, it is Rudy to kick us off with an 160 kilo deadlift. As we're in Flight C and expecting to see some pretty big pulls from everyone here. As we just get the bar and platform cleaned up from the previous flight. So obviously it's good to clean the platform due to the talc that could fall onto the platform. And obviously because talc being a slippier substance, you do not want to stand on the talc, otherwise your feet might slip, resulting in a loss of balance, which is not exactly what you want on deadlift. Anyway, here comes Rudy to kick us off with his 160 kilo deadlift opener. As we continue the trend of conventional pullers.
Oh, and he makes very light work of that.
Also comfortable conventional pulls, as we get 3 white lights and a pretty simple pull. Great start to the flight.
So moving on to Gary, 165. Another lifter here today looking to go 4 records broken if he makes this deadlift. That would give him a squat, bench, deadlift and total record, which is quite a strong show.
And on his opener as well.
On his opener too.
Impressive.
So whatever he does after that would just be flexing. Yeah, he makes
And
very light
he
work of that.
knocks out these. Bit of a wobble. I believe he got the down command anyway. Yeah, he did. As he gets 3 white lights and solidifies his 4 records broken with 6 attempts. 7
So
attempts,
far,
sorry.
7 for 7.
Yep.
So we're looking for basically perfect performance.
Bar is loaded.
As we move on to Riley now with a 170 kilo deadlift opener. Quite a high belt position he's opted for.
Yes, that's another thing that some people
Yeah.
differ on. Some people prefer a very high belt. I can't do that because my ribs stick out a lot, so it doesn't feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
But some people build a brace a bit higher up.
Especially on deadlifts, yeah, and I guess it's working for him because that was very quick.
He does rip that off the floor.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people prefer to have a higher belt position more for deadlifts, just with
Yes.
the bracing, or how they brace, than they do for squats, which they have a bit lower. But
I mean, I think he's well on his way to beating his best deadlift, which is 182. You now have Drew stepping up to the platform.
with some funky socks that I certainly like. Respect the fashion choice. Is that bees on them as well? I like that.
Very light work of that.
I think the socks are giving him a strength boost.
He looks like he was almost going to go for an Olympic weightlifting style hang there, where you take the weight past your hips.
He's going to clean and jerk his deadlift.
That's it. It almost looked like he was heading for that. So
I wonder what the rest would say if they saw him clean and jerk his deadlift.
I suppose if you obey the down command, technically there's nothing that you've done wrong.
Yeah, if anything, it makes the lift harder.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
So
If you finish a clean with the bar on your front rack position with your knees locked, I suppose technically you'd be.
I guess so. As long as you apply with the deadlift rules of locking your knees out, shoulders back, and get the down command.
I suppose maybe some refs would have something to say about that, but
Maybe someone should try it.
very
Anyway.
very light work for Sean.
Osher makes easy work with 180 kilos. A good lift. As we have a very comfortable start to this flight. And as Luke looks to continue with that with his 175 kilo opener.
Bar is loaded.
I mean, Luke is one of the lifters that we said is definitely one of the highlights here today. He's made very light work of 187.
Very quick opener. Very quick.
I think he is looking to build up a very, very competitive total here today, and will definitely, I think, be up in the running for best lifter, because it is calculated on GL points. So I think he will be in the running today.
Absolutely. Anyway, moving on to Evan now, who taking 202.5 kilos.
We've broken the 200s,
Oh yes.
and there is no coming back.
As it's another clean attempt. Almost opting for the strongman style of rolling the bar towards them while they pull.
Yes.
Which is less common in powerlifting due to the platforms themselves,
Absolutely, yeah.
which are not as easy to roll them to you.
I think a lot of people that I see do this don't know why strongmen do this, and just think that that is default deadlift form. Now, a lot of strongmen, if any of you have ever watched strongman, know that are very, very large people, and a lot of the time they wear deadlift suits, which are very stiff and very hard to get into position, so they roll the bar towards them in order to get into position in the first place, which should be needed if you're doing a raw deadlift and you weigh less than, I would say, 160 kilos.
Anyway, Nexus with a very quick 207.5
Very
kilo
good.
lift as he looks to build that total. Another sub-junior lifter here today. He looks like they've got an incredibly bright future in the sport.
Absolutely. I mean, as a reminder, he has walking away so far with 177 squat, 107 bench, and a 207 deadlift, which is a very strong total for a 74 kilo sub-junior.
And now we have James coming out for 210 kilo opener and making it very easy. Very light work from him.
A smooth opener through highlights. 250 kilos for 10% of Thomas.
As we move on to the 220 mark with Thomas.
Thomas Lawrence, who is one of our strongest benchers present here today.
With one of the stronger deadlifts as well. Which
Absolutely.
is not as common, seeing a good bencher and a good deadlifter at the same time.
Yes, people that are very good at squat are usually good at bench, and people that are very good at deadlift are usually not as good as bench. So it's interesting to see a different take on that. And that, I mean, it's very easy.
Yeah, it moved easily. Looking for a big pull from him now.
Up next is Jack attempting 240 kilos.
So now we get Jack Meredith up next as he loads 240 kilos with his opening deadlift.
Which would make it the second Second highest deadlift so far, I believe. Would be in the running for top 3 overall.
And the penultimate deadlift for this round of attempts.
Let's see how he gets on with this. You're building that tension towards the bar, pulling that slack, and making quite light work of that.
These are very textbook attempts. Just
A little bit of wobble at the top, but nothing anywhere near enough for the refs to be concerned.
no, nothing to worry about at the moment.
And this will be one of our final record attempts today for Connor, who once again attempts to destroy the existing sub-junior 120 kilo records. And he will be again getting a full sweep if he gets his opener on deadlift of 250 kilos.
Capping off an incredibly successful day, this would.
Oh, and he just makes it look so easy. Shaking the ground with his with the weight as it comes down.
Incredibly simple.
And that is
Good pull.
4 records for Connor.
The second lifter in this flight to claim their 4th record.
And 4th overall. Oh, to claim a record.
As we move on to the second attempt deadlifts now.
Things are starting to heat up now. We're getting in the final parts of this competition. Thanks to anyone who has decided to tune in and keep us commentators company.
We get into the business end of the day as Rudy kicks off second attempt of deadlifts with 172.5 kilos.
Nice and focused. It makes good work of it.
And very nice.
I believe that will count as control that time. Very good work.
The refs say it is controlled, I guess. That's 3 white lights. I believe it would have been a harsh call to say that was not
I believe so. I think the rules toward control are specifically about your hands and letting go of the bar rather than letting yourself
Yeah.
come down. So
That's when it's meant to stop, them just dropping the bar. And now we have Gary looking to extend his total and deadlift record that he set on his opening attempt.
as he has been doing all day.
Yep. As he goes for a 175 kilo deadlift. And
Makes
it look
very
easy.
good work of that.
An incredibly solid second attempt. With 3 white lights. Very good.
180 kilos has been loaded with Riley for his second attempt. Bars loaded for Riley.
Riley taking a 10 kilo jump from his opener to his second attempt of 180 kilos. As he just wipes his feet down to make sure there is no talc on the bottom of his feet, because the last thing you want to do is pull a deadlift and slip over.
Absolutely.
And another pleated sumo attempt.
Very easy attempt.
3 white lights for Riley. A good day.
He walks off with a sort of confidence to him, as he just wants to get down to business and pull some more deadlifts by the looks of it. And more deadlifts is what we have now with Drew with 185 kilos, a 15 kilo jump from his second attempt now, as often a common attempt, and the best deadlift stocks by an absolute mile. Even though they're odd, they are still quite jazzy. And they go with the pink deadlift peppers as well. As he gets an easy one,
Very strong effort there.
and 3 white lights.
Impressive show on deadlift so far. I think everyone's pacing themselves quite well. It looks set to be a very good performance from everyone here.
We've had a good round of attempt selection for the second attempt so far. Everyone taking quite good attempts. anything too easy. But it's better to be too easy than too hard on the second, I'd
Of course.
say. As Austin looks to keep up with that trend of 195 kilos, 15 kilo jump, relatively popular jump, and that's why, as he makes quite easy work of that second attempt. A bit more of a struggle at lockout, but it's a second attempt after all, so you can't be too annoyed with that. Now we are on to another 200 kilo deadlift, as it is Luke.
The competition staff just next to us unveiling the trophies that will be handed out to best lifter for both men and women later on.
And if you missed earlier, best lifter will be decided on GL points, as Luke looks to put himself in the running for that with a solid 200 kilo deadlift attempt.
Yep.
His second, and that will give him a lot of confidence and moving on to his third.
And for reference, GL points do take into account your sex, your body weight, and obviously the amount of weight you lifted. And I would say anywhere upwards of 90, 95 is incredibly strong national level performance. Anything beyond 100, I think, is world level.
Yes, I'd say so. And a bit work off the floor, but blocks it out cleanly.
He gets it done.
Very good attempt. And 3 white lights. Very successful comp overall with people hitting attempts, I'd say. We officially had no one bomb out, which is excellent to see. As Nexus is up next, the 74 kilo sub-junior lifter loading 222.5 kilos. An incredibly strong deadlift from a promising lifter.
Strong jump as well, 15 kilos there.
Yeah, that's true.
But I assume it will be a confident pick. Picking up the slack out of the bar before pulling it.
And a very
good
clean
show.
deadlift.
Very good show. I mean, again, these bars that we use here are very, very stiff. So when you see the bar bending that much before a deadlift, you know, there's quite a lot of weight on there. And it looks like Nexus has put in a record attempt for his last pull. I think we were entering YOLO pull territory.
I believe there's a lot of history behind this record. It's the 74 kilo sub-junior record.
Yep.
Is a little bit cursed.
I
Everyone
see.
who again goes for it seems to have some sort of fail,
Okay.
which is interesting.
I'm
I
not
believe it was
sure.
attempted at Welsh champs and wasn't hit.
I'm unsure who currently holds that.
James makes light worse of this 225 though. That's
I know,
what I know.
Phil Richards holds a lot of the equipped records for Wells.
It could be Ellis Bushell from his days
Possible.
as a 74 kilo sub-junior. It might be still his record, unless Joel Esquera took it last year's Summer Cup. I doubt it actually. Yeah, no, I believe it's Ellis.
I know the 74 sub-junior equipped currently are held by Rex Thomas, who should be reffing
I believe he is right.
somewhere. I can't see him at the moment, but he is present around somewhere.
And a good lift from Tom of
Strong
230.
performance, yeah.
So now we move on to the penultimate second attempt of deadlift with Jack loading 255 kilos. Taking a 15 kilo jump, it's probably the most favoured jump here. Very strong second attempt.
And that is a fight, but it's nothing too much for him.
Moves
As
about
he-
how a second attempt probably should look, to be honest. Just a bit of work.
Comes away with 255, which puts him very, very easily into Welsh Champs qualifiers.
Oh yeah.
I think he is over 100 kilos over the qualifying total for Welsh Championships at the moment. I'm not sure where this puts him at for British qualifiers. But again, for raw lifters, you have to win your competition. Now let's see what Connor can do with this. It's a 20 kilo jump from his last attempt.
Big 270.
And that is a very, very strong pull for 270 kilos. It's a phenomenal pull today for Connor, which, may I remind anyone watching, is he a junior or sub-junior? He is a sub-junior lifter,
Wow.
which is under 18. So that is...
And that concludes the second attempt. A good lift from Connor.
It looks like we are firmly into
my
YOLO
word.
pull
He's
territory,
entered 300 for his third attempt.
which would be
Wow.
an incredible pull. That is a 30 kilo jump, which is definitely
That
ambitious, but we will be here. We will be here for it.
I will respect that.
Right, we've
now-
got bar loaded for Rudy. She's coming in for a 180 kilo deadlift.
This is where the crowd gets up. Final deadlifts of the day. As unfortunately it's just too heavy for him.
Not coming off the floor today.
As we move on to Gary, taking 190 kilos for his third attempt, looking to extend his deadlift and total record that he has already claimed on his second and his opener.
190 kilos.
Looking to go 9 for 9 on 9 for 9 day, taking a record on each of his 9 attempts, which is certainly something that not everyone can say they've done.
Which is, I suppose, the powerlifting equivalent of a perfect hat trick
Yes.
in some sort of final for football. And if there was a Man of the Match award, Gary would definitely be in contention for it.
If there was powerlifting FPL, you'd certainly hit people who owned him would certainly have a
Ooh, struggling off the floor, but I'm not sure if he can break that.
unfortunately
Nonetheless.
just too heavy for him, but an incredible day nonetheless for him.
Absolutely a remarkable performance. He's going around congratulating and thanking all the judges for their time.
And now moving on to another record attempt now with 192.5 kilos for Riley. This would give him the sub-junior under 66 kilo Welsh record. And to be doing that as a sub-junior 66 is incredibly impressive. And another one on the lift that's been such a promising future ahead of him.
Very, very good performance from him today. Now he has failed all his last attempts so far, so let's see if he can buck that trend with his deadlift.
If it's certainly something he can do, if he can break that, it's certainly on deadlifts because all of them have looked incredibly clean so far.
That's very true. Get ready to pull that tension from the bar. And that is a very, very strong, very clean deadlift as he does buck the trend and he makes his final attempt on his third deadlift, breaking a sub-junior record at 192.5 kilos. Very, very good performance for him today.
100 kilos on the bar.
And that will have him walking away with a 157 squat, a 107 bench, and a 192.5 deadlift.
Very healthy total. Very good total. As we move on to Drew now, taking 200 kilos for his third and final attempt. And this will be an incredibly big milestone, breaking that 200 mark on the platform.
Making a very, very good effort of it, and that looks to be good enough. And that is good enough for 3 white lights and a 200 kilo deadlift for Drew today.
He is going for 210 kilos.
So now we move on to Austin, taking 210 kilos for his third and final attempt. This would cap off a solid 8 for 9 day for him. Another one competing in the 66 kilo weight class, and he's a junior, which would make this a very big total. You can certainly tell we're onto third attempt deadlifts now, as the crowd is significantly louder. Breaks the floor with ease. It's a bit of a grind at lockout, but he locks it out. And the rest give him 3 white lights. Good lift. Good lift. It shot off the floor, and it was a very good show of mental strength to stick with that at lockout, grind it up, and get the lift. And now we have Luke with the same weight up 210 kilos. Crowd support has been brilliant all day, but especially for the final round of deadlifts.
It's when everyone gets nice and riled up.
It certainly gives you a boost on the platform.
And this very strong deadlift will definitely put him in the running for best lifter today.
And he's chuffed with that, as he should be. Excellent performance from him. And an excellent day, excellent day. Brilliant. And now we get 222.5 kilos on the bar for Evan. For his third and final attempt, a 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. As we just make sure the bar is clean, ready for his attempt.
Rolls the bar towards his chin, and goes for it.
And very nice. As he gets 3 white lights.
Very strong deadlift today. Very calm and measured.
Now we have James going for 235 kilos for his third attempt. Breaking his PR and also looking to build on the deadlift he hit at Varsity, which he did go for a 240 kilo deadlift and missed it at Varsity, but that was a bit of a YOLO pull, so Cardiff could try and help Cardiff beat Swansea on GL.
All right, so his second deadlift attempt is matching his best, so this would be for a 10 kilo PB. Again, almost out of frame there.
Which makes this lift extra impressive.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got that. That is very, very good.
Bit more work at lockout, but he was still very smooth. 3 white lights.
I would say that's a second attempt at best.
Oh yeah. He had more in that.
Very strong performance today.
Very nice.
We've got another record attempt from Nexus, looking to put in a sub-junior record for 235 kilos.
Attempting to break the curse record that I believe is held by the Bushmeister.
All right. Let's see. Getting, I think, manhandled, you could say, out of the cameras in order to...
Probably hear the back slaps.
Probably, yeah, I think they came up on the mic.
This would be a huge pull. He breaks the floor.
He's got it. He's got it.
Out.
Did he get the down command? Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That is a new 74 kilo Welsh sub-junior record.
Very, very good work for a very strong performance today. Again, that's a 177.5 squat, 107.5 bench, 235 kilo deadlift for a very, very strong day for Nexus today. Strong name, strong performance.
Wow. Unlucky Ellis.
All right, Thomas Lawrence lining up. We're very much in the final sprint here today. 3 lifts remaining. aiming for a 237.5 kilo deadlift. And he looks poised to say that. Can his grip take it?
That is a
Yes,
brilliant.
it can. Very
Three
good.
white lights.
Very, very good.
What a day.
8 for 9 today, only failing his last
Very
bench.
solid.
So a very, very strong performance. I must say we have done very, very well in terms of deadlifts in flight. I mean, all the flights, but flight C as well is very strong, with only 2 missed attempts so far.
That is a very good show. Everyone today has had an excellent day out. We've seen very few missed attempts, very good, a lot of hitting attempts, a lot of records, a lot of PRs. It's
And,
almost a textbook day.
Jack
Meredith
Meredith.
was final deadlift 265 with a pure hype trail following him.
If there is a time to do it, it is now. Can he lock it out? It keeps moving. It's not stopping.
Wow.
And that is lockout. Will it be 3 white lights? Yes, it is for 265 kilos on his deadlift, making him be 9 for 9 today and coming very close distance of his personal best. So a very good
Excellent return
performance.
from the platform for Jack. I was worried because I saw his knees lock early, and to be able to fight through that little like setback it was brilliant.
I mean, now this is the pull of the day. This is 300 kilos for Connor, a 30 kilo jump from his second attempt.
The final deadlift of the day.
Now this is a pull.
Still a sub-junior as well.
Absolutely, yes. So this will be not only a deadlift record, but also a total record. You are going to hear the crowd go absolutely wild for this one. Everyone will be clapping. Everyone is going to be shouting to get behind Connor to see if he can pull 300 kilos off the floor. Can he do it? It's moving!
Oh,
And unfortunately not today.
You've got to respect him for trying it.
That's a very ambitious pull, but you know what?
He still walks away with 3 records and
4 even, because he's got a total record as well.
And you can take a lot of positives away from that.
I mean, that is a YOLO pull for the ages, and we can respect that he went for it.
That is an incredible one. And that concludes a fantastic day of lifting here.
Absolutely.
Just like to say another thank you to all volunteers and everyone for coming out and supporting everyone today. For all volunteers, the comps could not run without them. So all refs, volunteers,
Absolutely.
and everyone here. And thank you for everyone coming out and supporting.
Very
really
good work
the
here
athletes
today.
boost, and also thank you to the athletes for competing and putting on a really great show.
Thank you to Welsh Powerlifting for putting together a very good competition,
Of course.
as always. They really do know how to do it.
I've seen James Kemry running around all day, looking rather stressed at times, but put on a great show.
Absolutely, and we'll be moving on to the awards ceremony where the 2 best lifter trophies will be handed out. Now, if like us you are curious as to who is winning this, then stay tuned for another few minutes and see who comes out on top.
As we will get revealed the best female and best male lifter of today. So do not go anywhere.
I believe I am counting 10 separate lifters who have gone 9 for 9 today, which is very impressive, and it shows very good planning from theirs and their coach's part to make sure that they do the best they can and still hit the nail on the head.
Incredible day.
It really is a good day for it. Now, I'm sure that the staff here will have a very fun time cleaning up the absolute battlefield of chalk on the floor. It does look like a murder scene if people bled powdered chalk. Thankfully that is not the case, and no one seems to have been hurt today, which is good. Always a possibility
That's always a win.
with strength sports, but thankfully none of that today. So yeah,
Just clean lifting in general today.
very good. And also a big thank you to Naked Ground Health Club, which is where we're hosting this competition today. Thank you for a very, very good venue. They've managed to run a powerlifting competition and keep the gym open at the same time, which is not easy to do. And I have to say, I think it's gone very smoothly so far.
Comps have been running here for years and they've all run smoothly.
All right. we're moving on
And
to
all the
awards.
all the lifters and lab have been called to the platform to reveal best lifter, and best male lifter and best female lifter, and I'd assume lab is there to take photos, unless he secretly won best lifter, which I would imagine is quite hard considering he didn't lift. All that we know of.
All right, here it is. My bet is on.
Kaylee Phillips,
Ah,
who achieved a GL of 90.23.
now I'm not sure if that came up on the mics, but that is Kaylee Phillips winning female best lifter with a 90.2 GL score, which is quite frankly phenomenal. She put in an incredible performance, going 9 for 9 and claiming a squat record as well as a deadlift and a total record.
An incredible
So very, very good
it's
job
a
to
nice
her.
little trophy presented by Adam, the CEO of Welsh Powerlifting, also reffing today.
Best male lifter. I should have done this for women, sorry, but can we have a drum roll, please?
All right, we're getting a drum roll for best male lifter as well.
It is Corey Bamford with a GL of 83.33. Well done, Corey.
Corey Bamford winning.